Okay, welcome to this briefing, long-term plan briefing schedule, Monday, 11th of December, 2023. Welcome all elected members and staff. So today we've got a few presentations to go through. Our first one will be presented by Tracy. Long-term plan update and overview of the day. Thank you, Tracy.
Good morning and welcome to the last dedicated long-term plan briefing for 2023. Here we are, beautiful. Your progress to date, we're just sitting between, yeah, you're welcome. There's the progress to date and next slide. This is where we're up to. So we've compiled long lists from the last LTP, the community, the storms, and presented them to you as activities. You've explored rating options, you're prioritising budgets focused on recovery now, and we're working on the infrastructure and finance strategies and finalising the consultation. So you're nearly there. What happens after today is that all the documents that need to will come back to you at the February council briefing, and everything that needs adopting will come to the February council meeting. Then the community will feed back to you. So what you decide on isn't the end of the road. The community will take everything that you've said and they'll feed back, that's great. Their consultations in March. Yeah. Hearings and deliberations are in April and May, and the adoption of the long-term plans in spring. So today, the infrastructure strategy comes back for a final, just for some fine tuning. You'll continue on the financials and hopefully settle on those today. Please note that item 4, the significant forecasting assumptions, will come back to February because it may change today. So those have been bumped off today's agenda. And last, we will work some more on that consultation document, which will have probably changed a wee bit because things have changed since the last, since the council briefing. And the next one, this is just a reminder that you're working on the right-hand side of the scale at the moment, the blue and black side, and whatever you do on that side is what dictates the rates. That determines the rate. It's nothing but whatever you decide goes in on the right makes the rates go up and down on the left. And that's your decision. So what you're working on today is going to determine what the rates will be. And you've got some good documents that have come. Sorry, they're a bit late, but we were turning them around really quickly.
Done well.
Since the council briefing, the full finance team. Thank you very much. I will start with something hopefully semi-simpler with the infrastructure strategy with Helen. Oh, sorry, any questions?
Those two wild cards,
Oh, the wild cards, yeah. Do you remember the external funding? So if somebody suddenly said to you, here's, 20 million, go for your life, you'd put 20 million on the left and you'd spend it on the right. So the two things still have to be equal. And the other wild card is loans, internal and external debt depreciation, and they will up and down the scales. I kind of left them out to keep it simple.
Yep.
And also anything in the right-hand wild card, you have to ask Sue because it's complicated for me.
Just have a clarification.
Yes.
So these community consultation, which we have done so far, before we finalize the LTP, we haven't been given, to my knowledge, a summary of those. We went farmers market and we say where they want the money to be spent.
Yes.
It hasn't come to us, but
It actually has.
Yes.
You've had two lots. So pre-engagement, which this council took on, which isn't a requirement of a long-term plan, but we want it because it gives you lots of information to help you make your decisions. So your first lot of pre-engagement information came to you, I believe, in July. And the second lot came to you, was it October or November? One of those two. So it's all in your papers, and they summarise any of Ruby and Gillian's papers. They'll have summarised them into themes to make it easy for you to see, oh, this is their priority. And at the moment, you use that to align, and they were, if I recall correctly, it was roading and footpaths, flooding and drainage, climate. Those were the three they were most into. Oh, parks and open spaces, they were keen. So you seem to be you're within cooey of what they're thinking at the moment.
That's what I was,
Next phase is formal. So this will be that you produce the consultation document. And the next phase is formal, which is the submission processes. This is the legal process that happens in March, which is why we want everything through February, ready to go out and see what the community thinks of what you've nutted out amongst yourselves. Any other questions? Oh, good. I shall pass
I
you.
have a question. Are we trying to cool the planet? Let's perhaps close the door.
Thanks, Mark.
Planet, it's the cosmos.
Environmental police to make sure we close the door.
Welcome, Helen. Right,
Okay, so the infrastructure strategy is the first item on your agenda today after Tracy's introduction. I'm going to take it as read. The document is a much shorter document than in previous iterations for multiple reasons. One is keeping it at a high level from a strategy perspective, no three waters and only a 3-year LTP focused on recovery. So there is stuff in there that will go into horizons beyond the 3 years because we're starting on it now and it will continue. But yeah, so I haven't prepared any slides because it's a pretty simple document and it's as we discussed in other sessions. So really just if you've got any questions. Otherwise, we'll keep moving.
no questions? Okay.
infrastructure strategy. I'm trying to figure out where the presentation is. Is it in one of these,
I saw that agreement.
oh, just like that? Well, I read a little bit, just to fill the blanks, there's no question, so I thought I might just fill the time. So that document, is a very old document which you provided to us, with some updation, right?
Oh, no. It's been written very recently.
So, I mean, in the previous consultation, which was, actually I attended before, like 4 years ago, there was, community meeting held in terms of infrastructure. What do we want for Dargaville? What we don't want for Mangawhai? And I remember there were talk about, the car park in Dargaville because the parking is a big problem. There were lots of things talked about, but they are not mentioned.
So they won't be mentioned in a strategy.
So how,
So there's different levels of information. You get the strategy about the approach and the direction that we're taking for each of the streams of activity. Then there's activity plans that get a little bit more specific about what's happening in each area. And then you get the operational and capital plans that support those. So there's different levels of information. The
Very-
strategy is the highest level.
very good, very high, I'll take you. So at the highest level, what you have for the West Coast in summary?
I don't distinguish between East and West Coast.
So you have nothing for West Coast.
I don't distinguish. We talk about Kaipara District. So we're talking about the approach that we're taking for the activity streams
Yeah.
across the district.
The question there, but let me finish. I'm not finding much for the West Coast in terms of wastewater. I'm not finding for fresh water. I'm not finding dams. So that's my concern. So I would like that to be included.
There'll be no water, there's no water included because that's the instruction that we.
No, I understand
The
that.
LTP.
But in terms of progress of West Coast, I haven't seen anything in terms of infrastructure globally. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Paniora?
Thank you. Can you please take us through the pertinent points of the strategy, please?
Okay.
Take the paper as we're taking us through it.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. I
Thank you.
don't have that. I would just grab my laptop.
While Helen does that, councillor Naya, this is the whole LTP is based on the whole district.
I know.
You've got to appreciate, as Helen has said, that waters is not included at the moment.
No, I
You
understand.
won't see any of that, as well. It is a district-wide
Yeah,
LTP,
but-
so their projects are effective in all areas of the district and where the need is as well.
What I'm trying to say, Mr. Morris, is that in all my years, I haven't seen all those community consultation coming to fruition in that part where I live. So I am very concerned. So that's all I'm saying is, yeah, thank you.
Okay. How do I share on this if we want to put the strategy up?
Maybe just refer to the pages.
Just refer to the pages? Okay. So the beginning of it just talks about the purpose and the scope. So it is a simplified strategy this time around. As I said, because of No Three Waters inclusion, the 3-year focus and focus on recovery and taking it up to a strategic level, because there was an awful lot of detail in the last strategy at 140 pages, which was then repeated in the activity plans and repeated in the capital and operational plans. So that's just pretty much, we do need to do it. We do need to do it and have it in there. It's a legal requirement, and we did want to take this opportunity to lift it up to a higher level. So while the LTP has a 3-year view, we are looking at 3 to 10 years, and we will, because we need to get us through the storm recovery action and into the next horizons for how we progress and develop and expand what's happening around the district. It talks about stakeholders and audiences. So we've got external organisations that we need to be working with, including regulatory ones, government ministries, etc. We've got our partners that we work with, and we've got collaborative and co-funding organisations, which are generally government departments. Then we've looked at the trends affecting Kaipara. We have used some Infometrics information, looking at the households and the annual growth across the whole district, using the SA2 statistical areas. So that information is included in there. We are expecting some updated information from Infometrics, so I will update it if it is dramatically different, and that we can get that. May or may not happen before consultation, but at the moment I'm not seeing anything that's drastically different from what we have included in there. Bringing in the economic development focus, because obviously that's a key thing that is happening within the council, but is also incredibly important for the whole region. So keeping that focus in there as well, and making sure, so creating the specific commitment to align with the economic development and growth strategy as that gets developed as well. Regional connectivity, not just about transport, but about working with our fellow councils in the region across all of the aspects, social, cultural, economic, etc., to make sure that we're working together and being consistent across all of Northland. I think that's a really important thing for us to do, rather than try to work in isolation. And then, of course, the improved transport connections as well, which we need. Which we need just for any of the sort of growth that we might need through produce or anything that happens in this space. Okay, looking at the infrastructure challenges, we think, I mean, obviously this is a recovery focused LTP, so that is obviously our biggest challenge, is actually meeting all of that. And one of the biggest challenges we've got is to make sure that we get all that work done in that period where the funding applies, and and making sure that we've got resources to do that.
Have a question?
Yeah, just on this recovery. So in the infrastructure strategy, the most important thing is the recovery in the 3 years. LTP is only for 3 years. And we are much behind in that recovery. We have the money, but we haven't delivered. So what I'm trying to ask you, the global thing we are talking about is our strategy should be the recovery. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can say, Councillor Nair, the recovery is focused on the roading. As you know, there is a significant amount of funding brought into our roading. We have delivered, and that was reported to you at the last council briefing, with all the information on our recovery from the storms in our roading space. So I think you're incorrect in what you're saying.
Well, I was told that the whole thing has not been done. Many slips are not still done. Also, we have money from the previous years of $60 million, which has not been spent. So, and that will be 50% inflation, Mr. Mares. So that 60 million goes to $30 million. So why aren't we finishing what we have, the money approved in the LTP, and we are looking at more dreams and wishes?
And if we're looking at roading, of course, you can't make it all happen overnight. It's ongoing. And
Well, we have limited resources, Mr. Mayor. So you have to balance your, I mean, I give you $100 and if you keep in your pocket and don't spend it, what is it?
if you've got other pressures, of course, around what you're spending your money on, for example, lack of contractors or weather events that preclude you from actually getting the work done, even though you'd like to do it now, those things all add up.
So, I
So,
agree.
you know, we're in a position where I think we're starting to move a lot quicker now that we've got the weather behind us. For example, number of projects that I see around the district when I drive now that have been completed or partly through. So I don't think that's a criticism that's entirely warranted at this point.
And through the chair, I'll just add to that. So there's a lot of work that's due to happen now in this construction period. So it doesn't feature in the LTP discussion. So we've got a massive program of work, including stop banks, not just roading, but including stop banks that are all planned to happen this year. So this is outside the LTP discussion. So those requirements are not discussed in there because the work will be done is intended to be done this year. And provided we have a good construction season, there's no reason why that can't be achieved.
Thank you.
Okay, so some of the other challenges in the next 3 years are, I've grouped them together about meeting customer expectations and legislative requirements. We don't know what the legislative environment is going to look like with this new government, what they're going to repeal, what they're going to put in. They've got a Ministry of Regulation now, so we don't know what regulatory changes we might see. And then customer expectations as well, because while it's about recovery, there's also a lot of expectation that we keep improving and expanding and developing what is going on across the streams that this LTP still addresses. Embedding resilience will continue, will be a continuing activity for quite some years yet. Again, talking about connections, and I have assumed in this document that Waitamaki Ki Te Hiku exists because that's the legislation we're working under. So I've put in there one of our challenges will be learning to work with them. How we get what we want, facing those questions about fresh water, wastewater and stormwater, which impacts our area so greatly. Looking at how we're going to manage the infrastructure, we want to be looking after what we have to a level of service that our communities are proud of and plan and provide new services that support wellbeing and community outcomes. So we're very clear on what it is that we're looking to. So we need to do a lot of planning for those new services now while the recovery activities are underway, so that we're ready to start putting those into place when the recovery is well progressed. So that's what's happening there. We want to start using technology a little bit more through the modelling that we have available to us, increasing the use of our asset management system so that we have technology backing our decisions rather than just iometers and anecdotes and getting those supported by technical advice. So we want to start using our technology to maximise some efficiency in that space. Funding is no different really, although there's obviously been a lot of focus on funding from external sources and what's available to us. We're following through on those wherever we can, and are hoping to hear this week about some applications that we've made to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet for some further recovery activities. So that will be an ongoing practice and piece of work. So then just confirming that the streams of activity that are included in this year are transport, land drainage and flood protection, solid waste and open spaces. So transport, obviously massive focus on recovery. There is a very strong plan that will take the full 3 years to deliver of the LTP, and focusing on that as well as the Kaipara integrated transport response, guiding us through that. Land drainage and flood protection, I've talked about the change in focus a couple of times that we're going to take, looking at the boundaries and size of our districts, our district areas, to see if we should be consolidating any, to see if some areas are no longer, with developments and things, if some of the properties are no longer benefiting from the drainage area. So, but just making sure that we tighten all that up, and also making sure that we really are very aware and educating the people within those drainage districts of what happens in that space. A lot of them don't have formal committees.
If I may, excuse me, Mr Mayor, just a quick question on that, and specifically in one particular area, Tikophi. Is, if they're not part of the railway drainage.
Yeah.
The railroad drainage, is there any contemplation of working with that community?
Yes.
There is, so
Yes.
we've got some plans in there.
Yeah, so that's part of what we'll look at across the whole of the area. Are there any areas that are currently not included and need to be? Are there areas that are currently included that no longer benefit from the drainage? And that's happening with some of the breakups of some of the big properties. And yeah, we need to do all of that, because we also need to follow through with NRC and get consents for all our drainage districts. So we need to look at the area of them, we need to look at the governance of them, we need to put activity plans in place for both maintenance, ongoing maintenance and capital activities, and we need to do the consenting for those drainage districts as well.
Good.
Yep.
Speaking of,
Councillor Paniora.
thank you. That was going to be my question after you completed your presentation, but following on from that point, specifically, like, I hear what you're doing with the cyclone recovery and I hear what you're doing with new projects. I'm more interested in the maintenance and the business as usual. That's lacking from the strategy, and I can only assume that that's going to be covered in the action plans. And when will we see those, and when will we be able to look at those?
So the activity plans have been presented in previous LTP briefings, so they have been available to you. I can make sure that those links are available to you again. And the detail and the...
Be a disconnect between what's happening with, for example, the footpath project in Dargaville if the funding is not approved. There seems to be a big disconnect in where is the funding coming from. If it doesn't happen, that's a maintenance issue. Putting the funding aside, that would have been
Yep, so that's...
as usual, so.
That is included in the activity plan for transport, because footpaths and shared paths fit into the transportation category. So that is included in there, but the funding question happens in the capital project discussion. Because we've got a question mark on whether we are still eligible for that funding, whether we want to carry on with that. So yeah, that all happens at that lower level. It's not a strategic point. We're talking about connectedness in the strategy that we want to look at that across the district, but that's the only reference in the strategy to that sort of thing.
Maintenance is barely mentioned in the infrastructure strategy for.
Yep. It's at a much more operational level, lower down than a strategic level.
So
Councillor Howard.
thank you, Mr Mayor. So for absolute clarity on that, whilst we're in limbo about whether the capital element of that project is funded, what I think you're saying is that actually the job of building that footpath is also there in BAU.
Yep.
Under maintenance, but it'll just sit there because there is no funding.
Well, there may not be the funding to build in terms of the big shared path stuff that's been discussed at the moment for Dargaville, so that won't be there. But if throughout the consultation, it is determined that that's an activity that is needed, regardless of whether we get external funding or not, then that's what will go into the mix.
In terms of funding through the LTP. Okay.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wonder if I could just carry on from Councillor Paniora. And I want, it's a concern of mine, as I've been banging on about the need for funding of depreciation. And to put that another way, like if we've had these shiny baubles dangled in front of us through, say, Provincial Growth Fund and so on, but I think to be hard-nosed about it, we also need to know if we can afford to maintain these new things. And if we can't afford to maintain them, then we shouldn't be grabbing them. And that's something that perhaps in some way we could make a philosophical reference to that in the, like at a strategic level.
Yep, that's a good, yeah, that's,
That would be a fair comment to make about as far as we go in terms of connecting with the maintenance issue. But I think that there should be some sort of reference there, maybe.
no, and that's a good point. That's certainly something that practically we're being very careful on now, because multiple councils around the country actually have experienced exactly that. They've got the shiny new baubles, but then the funding to allow to pay for that is not there because they're not depreciated yet, or the rates have to pay for it and those sorts of things. So yeah, that is part of our application approach. So happy to include that.
Just a comment, we didn't even get the shiny baubles in Dargaville with the Wolf project and the footpaths that we promised, and the reputation of the council suffered as a result. There's a half completed wharf and three.
Got the pontoon?
Yeah, no, there was
$1,000?
a whole big project around that.
Yeah.
And it didn't go ahead. It was just that. So
Is that from the last LTP, you mean?
I don't know where that came out of. Some fun.
That was Provincial Growth Fund.
There you go.
The pontoon
Twice as
came.
much to execute as.
Councillor Lambeth?
I fully understand whether it be Provincial Growth Fund, lollies and all that, and it could even go to the extent of roles and positions, because a lot of them only have. But one thing we must also consider is when we get something new, and if we look at our shared pathway in Dargaville, we have got, we're waiting to see whether that still goes ahead. I hope with all my heart that it does, but it doesn't look hopeful at this stage. But all of those footpaths are in a bad state of repair. They all need work. It is an absolute mess in that area. So that warble or whatever will mean that the maintenance for that will drop off. And any new project, there is a 10-year period where maintenance should not become an issue. So we've also got to consider that ongoing maintenance to maintain those areas. But when we get something new, and it is the same with housing and buildings and all that. We expect quite a happy time without maintenance because of it.
Yep.
So that's worth considering.
Hang on, got Erin up there next, and then Councillor Paniora. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, did you have a question?
No, not a question. Just want to add to the conversation, if that's okay. Kia ora koutou, everyone. Sorry, just the way the conversation's going, obviously around focusing on recovery, which I absolutely agree with. I just wonder, part 3, page 7 of the draft infrastructure strategy, it says how we manage infrastructure. At the top there, it says look after what we have to a level of service our communities are proud of, and plan and provide new services that support well-being and community outcomes. And I just that doesn't sit well with me, in that it doesn't acknowledge the fact that we've first of all got to sort out the recovery stuff. And there was an email that came out, it might have been Councillor Vincent, I can't remember, sorry if I'm attributing it to the wrong person, but it said, like we need to focus on recovery, and we need to replace strategically, so that if anything happens in the future, we've got the infrastructure there. It was worded quite well, better than what I'm saying now, and I haven't looked it up, but that's sort of more, I think these sentences should be replaced with something like that. I think that there should be a very, very, very strong focus, because I think our community is going to end up missing out a bit in this long-term plan. I don't think we're going to be able to deliver much above what we have to deliver, what we need to deliver, because of the damage to our roading network. So I just don't know if if those comments are realistic. And just in regards to the wharves, the Dargaville pontoon was definitely a PGF funded project and it was completed to its full scope. So that was actually really good. The last thing on those wharves is the Potor wharf that still needs to be completed. That's all. Thanks.
Did you, another?
No, so there was some more work that was supposed to be added on with that wharf project. It was going to be a whole redo of the cafe area was going to be switched around to face out to.
No, Peter, sorry. That
I was consulted on it.
That was not part of the PGF funding.
Well, that was part of that. The idea behind the wharf, and I was consulted on it, council. But anyway, sorry.
It might be something for the future. It might be something that someone is trying to plan, but it was not part of that project, and council delivered exactly what was funded for as part of the PGF money.
Okay, move on, Helen.
So, my original point that I was going to make was to focus more on the cyclone recovery and maintenance of our existing infrastructure and less of a focus on new projects that we're probably not going to be able to deliver in the bigger scheme of things. And I did have another point, but I've now forgotten that. So.
We'll have to come back to it. Okay, Helen.
Councillor Howard.
No, I can wait.
Okay.
No problem.
So just moving through solid waste, obviously the waste management minimisation plan has just been approved. So we'll be working through that, the requirements of that, and also what else we need to do in order to meet the New Zealand waste strategy. So that's the key focus. Open spaces and facilities. This is, there's a lot in here because it covers all sorts of things, infrastructure and lots of other parts of the organisation as well. We talk in here about the recovery, so looking at natural hazards, climate resilience, looking at the ebb and flow of community demographics, to make sure that we're doing what we need to do in the area we need to do them. We need to increase the vegetation management, which has been talked about in the OPEX discussion last week as well, and planning future open spaces. So there were two reports attached to the infrastructure strategy document that talked about, so aquatic facilities and also Mangawhai's future open spaces and facility needs. That is a draft, that report is still in draft and will be worked through to finalise, but that is showing that there is nothing specific that we need to include in this LTP for Mangawhai's open spaces.
Councillor Lambeth.
I want to be correct in saying that a lot of, how shall I put it, the old infrastructure of the district is at the stage where it's just non-compliant and failing now. And when we have new development, there's all new infrastructure, and now we're starting to get caught up with a lot of the things that need replacing from the older parts of the district.
There is some of that because the renewals programs probably haven't been as complete over the last 4 or 5 years as they maybe could have been. We do have, and that's one of the reasons that we want to start using technology better. We've got a piece of work happening at the moment where we're loading all the parks assets into the asset management system, so we can load the condition assessments against them and load the work orders against them, so we know what work is happening to those assets, and then we can have a better, we're making a better informed decision about where that maintenance needs to go and when it needs to happen, so that our forward planning we're turning into a more forward planning organisation rather than the completely reactive one we are today in this space.
Councillor Lambeth, followed by Councillor Vincent, followed by Shania.
And I have a look here, and we've got financial contribution reserves, depreciation reserves. Well, that's obviously been clocked up as we knew this was going to happen, and we've put that money aside. Am I correct there? That's with depreciation reserves, or has that money completely disappeared and it's just
Some of the money's certainly been used, but I might ask Sue to comment to that.
And the financial contribution reserves, where's that coming from?
To remind councillors that, probably a couple of months ago, we looked at the financial contributions policy and our reserves contribution policy. And, I presented at that time, a schedule, spreadsheet, showing who had the money and who didn't. And basically, when we pushed out in 2024, Malafai has about 80,000 left. The same with Kaiwaka. Others I don't think money in the bus. Diamond was already, $500,000 and it's probably using money this year, but Bailey's Beach, some money at Bailey's Beach. So there's not that much money left in financial reserves. We don't actually have financial reserves sitting in a cash pot, in a separate bank account. So sometimes cash back. So we have to take out debt, fund our financial. So there's not much money left.
Right, and that's,
To be used to.
and
That's cheap because it's not the backlog of work.
that was sort of leading to my question. When I have a look at the Te Kaupapa domain improvements, I was under the understanding and told by them that they had externally got the money from outside, and yet we've got $80,000 there. Is that not quite correct, or has that external money been included in this?
So that would be, so that 80,000 is what we expect to contribute. They've not been as successful as they wanted to be in their funding, but they are working on the funding, or we will reduce the scope of what we do in that space to work with the funding that we have allowed.
Okay, so that's not the total amount, that's just our contribution above and beyond. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to check with you, Helen, about how the depreciation thing that I keep banging on about, how that works in relation to, say, a new sewer pipe is installed as part of a new development. Now, my understanding would be that from day one or year one, we establish what the expected life of that pipe is, say 60 years, 80 years, whatever. And then from year one, we put in a pro rata contribution into our depreciation reserves to be able to fund the replacement of that pipe when it's due. Is that right?
That is exactly how depreciation works, but as Sue said, it's not always cash backed.
Yeah, that's right. But, and I believe that's only started happening in the last, say, within the last 10 years. So we've got a whole lot of reactive
Yes.
that's required because of the increasing rate of maintenance repairs required on those old pipes. That it's not backed by funding for the replacement. So we're spending to try and reduce the amount of spending for repairs, we're doing replacements as we can finance it.
Yeah.
Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Noah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe Sue can answer the question. It is financial question. Sue, for better understanding, it appears to me that whatever bracket you are choosing to put money in, unless it is funded by central government, which is not a bucket, that's our money, we don't have to pay it back. Whether you take it from general rates or you take it from debt, end of the day, it's gonna go on the general rates unless it is targeted rates. So to targeted rate. So do you think as a strategy perspective, we should choose the targeted rates? Because you take $20 million here and you spend wherever you wish to spend, whether it's Mangawhai, Dalgaville, West, wherever. You have no responsibility because end of the day, that 20 million will be serviced by the general rate tax. So it's a joke whether you're targeting the general rates today or you promise to target them in 3 years, next rating date, because you can't service the debt. The debt should be taken when you can service the debt. You understand? Okay, so if you go to the bank, you say, I want $40 million. They said, okay, how are you going to pay back? So our issue here in the council is we are unable to service the debt. The debt is still sitting at 40 million, which was 6 years ago, and it will go to 50, 60, maybe 100. That's the limit. how are you gonna pay it back? General rates, isn't it?
Depends.
Through the chair, use at the moment is primarily for three waters. That can be paid in 6 months' time if the government doesn't have.
We are paying. So all I'm saying, this LTP whole process is based on exclude the three waters, we will pay off our debt.
So that's how we,
No, I'm trying to figure.
hang on, we were instructed to prepare our LTV based on that fact.
No,
And we're sitting in limbo a little bit.
the problem is, we are not having without three waters, there should be two documents.
No.
With waters,
I'm sorry, miss,
so.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but we were not in a position to do both. We've been through this before. I'm
anyway,
not going to repeat it again. We are going down the road where we have to.
all I'm saying
We
is,
have to prepare a short-term, 3-year, long-term plan based on the fact that we are going to be still going down the road of three waters. And until we know otherwise, that's how we've had to do our work.
so what we would do, I mean, just for clarification, 3 months later, we get it, we'll do another LTP session.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so if I can, please, Councillor Nair, I've answered this question quite a few times. You're asking the same question?
No, I'm asking what will happen.
Yeah, and so what I've always said is we are working with the DIA and councils around New Zealand because everybody's in this situation. We're in a slightly advanced situation because of NTTA, Waitamaki Ki Te Huku. And our approach has been to DIA to inform the minister that if they want to bring three waters back in, it's not as simple as having two different documents. It's a lot more complex than that, as you've seen over the last year. So we would effectively need to ask for more time to incorporate waters back into LTP. And then you will have some very tough discussions to have at that point. But we're not at that point yet.
Roughly when we will,
Well, you have to ask the government, I think, on that one.
based on your experience, it should be in 3 months.
They've said within the first 100 days, they will start the process for repealing Three Waters legislation. That's all they said.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Helen.
Okay, and that's the end of the strategy document. So any other questions?
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Probably not so much a question, but just in further consideration on this matter of the. So I know that we talked last week and when we were thinking that the actual rate strike was going to be way too high and would we reduce it? And I think that we did say that, yes, we would look to reduce it. But in retrospect, I think that that is a negative process. And I think that if it's all possible, I would certainly push now to retain depreciation reserves at 100%. We are already experiencing and seeing the issues of maintenance or projects where these depreciation reserves could be applied if we'd had them. We've worked, I think that the council has worked over recent years to build up a depreciation reserve specifically for these functions. And if it's at all affordable, I think that we would not want to compromise that situation and in fact build on it because maintenance will become much more of an issue.
Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So on the depreciation reserves, I just have a question. So again, it is a bracket where you park money in 100% basis, right? So Mr. Vincent, Councillor Vincent made a point of a specific nature. So you spent, for example, Manga 5 wastewater scheme, 70 million you spent in there, you start contributing toward to replace this, right? But when you have a depreciation reserve, half the item here I find depreciation reserve land drainage. Do they go bracket wise? Like I have got 100 million in depreciation reserve. Can you really dictate to me where I spent this money? I can probably put in the item, which is the worst item.
So the depreciation reserves relate to those specific assets. So that depreciation is calculated on that asset based on the value of that asset, the life of the asset, the maintenance of the asset, those sorts of things. So it relates specifically to that asset type in that location.
I totally understand that. What I'm saying, when you spend it, do you actually spend that way?
You have to, we have no choice. That's where it belongs.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lambert.
Just going on to the just if you could explain to me, the walking and cycling connections west KBT stage 2. And I see 2 million has been allocated for 4 years' time. My question is, once again, I assume we're pursuing external funding to get a lot of that done. Is this just the stopgap if we don't get any, or can you explain a little bit more about that, thanks?
It's a bit of both. So some initial planning will happen, and that's why the statement is there about we plan to provide the new services. So there is some planning on what that stage will look like. The 2 million, so the money that's been allowed in there would be for confirming the design and the consenting and anything else that we need to do in that space, but we would be pursuing external funding for the majority of the costs.
Okay, and then comparing that to the other one up above that, are we not pursuing external funding for that with the?
Sorry, I've only got the strategy in front of me, not your, you're looking at the detail of the projects, right? Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, sorry.
Okay, because where we
tell me what it is, I might be able to comment.
Where we can encourage communities within the district to pursue external funding, we must promote like you.
That's part of the planning that we do with open spaces, because there is sometimes the mechanisms for external funding are better suited if the community pursue it rather than council. So we've got to look at what is the best mechanism for those sorts of things. And that's part of what we're talking about here in terms of planning what we do for future open spaces, and that is definitely part of it. What is the best funding mechanism to achieve what's required?
Yeah, one more question, we'll move on.
Thank you. Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on that point that Councillor Lambers has raised. So there is actually $8 million for the Kaihu Valley.
Going out further.
Going out further. So just for absolute clarity, you're saying that this could be, okay, it's showing what's planned. It could well be, ideally, that it is funded externally. So it's a provision in there, but if no funding comes and we've approved it, we can still go ahead with it.
That decision is there, that's right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Helen.
Okay.
Yep.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just with the external funding, I think you'll find that, thanks, Helen, that, this council has been quite successful with external funding over the previous years. It's a big focus for us because obviously our ratepayers, being only 18,800 of them, can't afford to pay that money for those sort of big ticket items. So we've got a very close eye on whatever the new infrastructure fund is, PGF 2.0, and something like that could be a candidate as well, for example, depending on what the criteria is for that new fund, and that's what's going to come out in the future.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for some background for newer members, what happened, I understand, and I wasn't there at the time, when the Provincial Growth Fund money was made available, the council had to scratch around to find some projects that were supposedly shovel ready. And what happened was the then mayor, dusted off this report that he'd prepared as the council's economic development manager, or whatever the job title was. He'd written just about 20 years before about a rules interconnectivity project, and in the time frame available, that was all that was available, more or less. I think there might be one or two other things, but while it might seem that there's a lot of resource going into preparing plans without funding of the projects, it's really handy if some money does make it available, that we have something that we can pull off the shelf and say, well, how about this? Does that meet your criteria? Sort of thing.
Yeah, you've actually reminded me of the fact that at some of the presentations we've had at Mayoral Forum and Northern Ford together, we were told that Taranaki is one of the most successful councils for getting funding because they're quick off the mark to have projects identified. So that's something maybe we should consider when we know that we've got PGF number 2 coming up. So yeah, good point.
So can we ask for a dam in Dagavali to be one of the projects to be feasibility study?
Well, we can look at all those. We can look at all those options.
Yeah.
So now, okay. Sue Davidson, I'll get you to present the targeted rate request, Sportsville Dargaville.
In there, at the last council meeting, which was only a week ago, we had Sportsville come to talk to us about a new rate they wanted council to consider. And that was to do with the Sportsville facility that they are going to improve within the next 3 years. So these figures are not staff figures, they're figures provided by Sportsville. Staff have just itemised the breakdown to give you a better understanding. So the Sportsville people are wanting us to rate. It looks like it's the area from Dargaville all the way down to Paparoa, including Paparoa, it'd be rated for the Sportsville facility. And they want to rate $17 per rateable unit. They want to, some of the money they want to put in the bank. So that's a different sort of proposal. Not usually what we fund is for people to put money in their bank account. You can see what I've done in the financial summary. I've pulled out of the their annual report on 2023, which is obviously just the year just gone, with the estimates going forward, and then what they're estimating when they build stage 2 of Sportsville. So they're proposing, you can see it's going from 35,000 to 45,000. It's a 26 increase, looking at that over the 2 years. So, and then 117,000 by 2028, they'd like us to rate that. They do get fees in. I think that was one of the questions that Councillor Erin asked about. They get about 65,000, and about half of that is in donations and half of it is actually in fees. And the only loss they make is from depreciation. So basically they get the money in that's covering all their costs year to date, but they're not obviously being able to fund their depreciation.
Is that the other expenses and the incoming?
Yes, yeah, so it's not a cash, expense for them, when it's the 52,000 per year.
So they're looking to be in a healthy position to basically have a bit of a fighting fund going forward.
Yes, that's what they're trying to do, and they want, so all we're saying is that we don't normally fund people to take money from one entity for them to put in their banks. It's normally, but that's up to you, council. And just for you to note, they do receive, we haven't had much time to look into this, but we do note that they currently get a rate through Northland Regional Council. So it's already being rated for, and you've got to work out whether it's affordable for the community and whether it's prudent. I've given you all the figures. They're not my figures, yeah.
So Paniora, followed by Councillor Nair.
Thank you. A couple of thoughts off the bat. So I think in terms of the development and the staging, it'll become a regionally significant facility. So that's the first thing. The second thing is my thoughts would probably be around the lower rate while they're getting themselves into a position, and then the new councillors that come on board can possibly reconsider it in 2027 as to whether the targeted rate can be moved up to that option B, I think it is on the report, that they want to see there's the two options, the $7 per rateable unit.
I think option A was 17 per rating, and then option B is $7.
Yeah, sorry, the other way around. So the new councillors coming in can consider the option A at a later date.
So you're thinking that this is a good thing to do, but at the $7 rate? Good to get some input from other people, because this is something I've got to.
Okay, well, I'll go to Councillor Nair, and then other people might have a thought. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, I have my reservations. While it's a good cause, it is fraught with risk on two account. I mean, we are setting a practice whereby all those organizations well-funded are building their bank with the ratepayers' money, and also the fact that Paparoa, who is going to come to Sportsville to pay from, I am just principally against funding them at this stage. They haven't given you any sound base to look at. It is just pulled off some financials of the air. they need 100,000 every year, and we don't know when it's gonna be actually utilized. So, yeah, I'm against it, actually. Yeah, thank you.
Your thoughts, councillor Larson?
Oh, thank you, yeah. I'm sort of open to, getting the community input through the LTP process. Seeing whether the community support, because ultimately they're the people that are going to be funding it. Submissions will tell us whether they're keen on it or not. I kind of think that the stretch the way to Paparoa might be a little bit extreme, and I think perhaps the Wairoa Ward might be an appropriate boundary, but happy to hear from others, and perhaps our Paparoa-ish local might have a feel for how it would be received.
Councillor Lambeth, is it?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say we've got to make sure that, how should I put this? The complexes like that have, or facilities like that which are being successful are ones where there is a drive from the structure to seek external funding and the like. I'm just wondering, by building up cash reserves, is that going to still create that drive there? We've got to really make sure they promote going out there and getting that external funding for this project. Yeah, it's I don't know whether that boundary to Paparoa is right either. It's as it grows, it'll become more of a more district-wide facility, but it's too complicated to do a stage external funded. Having a two-stage one as it goes further out. But
going to be.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, followed by councillor Williams.
Thank you. You know, I just want to say that, yeah, I'm happy for this to go out for consultation. It's important that the community gets their input into it. I don't know how many of us are users of Sportsville, and can make this kind of decision on behalf of the community. And there could very well be a strong support for it, or there could not. And I think it's too hard for us to provide any guidance. Well, it's too hard for me to provide any guidance for staff. So that was all. Thanks.
Thank you, councillor Williams.
Yeah, look, I agree. I think going out for consultation and hearing from the community on this will be highly beneficial. In the question that we would ask, would we put in a choice of the targeted rate amount? Like, would you say $17 or $7, or how would you kind of?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go to the our communications people, but I think first of all we have to give guidance as to whether we're going to take it down to Paparoa or it's Wairoa boundary, and I'm hearing from you it's possibly Wairoa boundary. So therefore the $17 wouldn't be $17, and we'd go out with a different figure.
Yeah.
Okay, so there'd be two figures there, which wouldn't be 7 and 17, but it might be something different.
Councillor Paniora.
Oh, I just thought that we were giving direction. So my preference for the direction, I thought that all of this is going up for consultation. Just want to make that clear. So I thought it's a given it's going up for consultation. So
yep.
So the direction to go up for consultation is a given. We're giving direction on options, the options presented.
No, you're giving direction. All that's happened is we've had a group stand in front of council not in a council meeting per se, but before the council meeting, and asking you for a rate. I've come back as a staff member and said, given you a bit more clarification about it, and asking, do you want to proceed with this? Because it changes my revenue and financing policy, and which is fine. So if you want to proceed with it, then I'm trying to ask, okay, do you agree with the boundaries? And so you say no, it has to be a smaller area, and we.
That's total, that's included in Wairoa. It is that, okay.
And just to let you know, we don't rate on wards, we rate on the roles, because wards change with elections. We rate on the roles, so that they use for
addresses.
Yeah.
Okay, councillor Nair, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just, so you're gonna go first or?
Follow the mayor.
So, no, It looks like I lost the question. You first say again. Yeah.
I think, the direction we've got here is people want to go and consult with the community, and it's like there's a feeling that Paparoa is probably too wide a net. So we've got agreement on that, guys?
I got my question back. Just a clarification.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. All I was asking is, because you have been longer than me, I'm only 1 year. Is it quite normal to these things pop up for targeted rates like that? Because I think, I feel it very odd that a week before somebody present and then we have a formal consultation going on. Is it quite normal in council to happen?
No, it's not normal that we do it this late in the process.
Yes.
I've had the museum rate. I had one last week from Kaiwaka as well. We can't, they haven't even come to council.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
yeah.
If I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, what it does show is the community engagement level in council and the desire to improve things from their perspective and the willingness to get a group of community members to pay for it. So.
And I know that LTP is coming up as well.
So through the chair, are we going to give the option of adding in the extra $10 for putting in the bank?
Option A, option B, Whitehall.
Councillor Vincent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to add, I think it's pretty much to be covered. It could well mean that with issues like that, people can relate to those sort of dollars, and it might actually draw them in to be involved more in the consultation process. You've got something there to get people to come and have a what it's about, and then they might learn a bit of other stuff as well.
I've been reading what some of the other councils have been doing, and they're very much involved in targeting rates. Councillor Larson?
Yeah, just my comment on this is that I think these are a couple of good test cases here to see what the public appetite is for having, call it targeted or call it focused, whatever, but they, it might mean that if we do have more of these focused type rates where the ratepayers can actually see what they're paying for and see things happen, they might actually be happier rather than everything going into a general rate and going, it just sort of seems to disappear. So, let's see what people come back with. It might be a model that we do end up with actually getting stuff done on the ground through targeted rates for specific projects or for specific areas.
It also becomes a little bit more community owned, so then there's more community groups that feel that they can then use it, because at the moment it's a little bit like, well, it's this kind of like just the sporting clubs that run and own it, so there's that as well.
I think the other aspect comes into all this too is people go, well, I'll never use the tennis courts or something, but the fact is they choose to live in a part of the country which has, what do you call it, a general feel about it. So it's still part of their community, even if they don't often use that facility or not at all. They might use something else like the library, for example. So let's move on. We've covered that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You want 10 minute break?
Sorry? A 10-minute break, cup of coffee? Yep.
Back at 10:42.
Welcome back after our break, and we now have Sue Davis presenting LTP financial figures, LTP 24-22, second draft. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you. Okay, so I haven't got any slide pack. I didn't have time to do that, but I will take you through my paper so that we'll go through quite slowly so you understand changes. So we've only had 2 days, as I say, since the briefing on Wednesday to do changes. You did ask that we looked at getting a rate between 7% and 12%, but we haven't got there yet. And I'm not sure that percentages are relevant given the changes when you're taking the water out. I think you need to look at what's the impact on a weekly basis to people and how does it actually affect a community. And that's why we have given you out this morning the sample properties as a guide. So I talked through to 50 million. For roading repairs, you wanted 40% on the first, 20% the following year and 20% after that. And roading advised that additional asset management not required. Yeah, so they didn't want too much on the network management, I think. But rail crossing and rail crossing and dust suppression line markings to a minimum increase. So I think we've done that. And we'll, as you've said, and then other activities, leave the extra money in for toilet facilities, but make sure we do up Victoria Street toilets. Parks to be reduced by 200,000. That's the amount I was told by infrastructure. And because we're intending to use Tararoa, and so there'll be about 600, there's now 600,000 additional costs to parks. We reduced IT capital. We actually pushed it out a bit, I think, rather than reduce it. Carry forwards for capital expenditure from this year to be taken into account and compared with previous year's capacity. And I've actually, on the next page, I've got a list, so we'll get to that. The Mangawhai Library, we've separate a community hub. We've separated it out from civic building, as I've been told it's unlikely to be accommodated on the same site, because to be on the same site, it might have to have 4 stories and that may not be acceptable. So at the moment, we've separated it out. And from the last consultation in 2021, the community wanted the library retained in the village. So we've looked at the potential that a new staff building in 3 years' time up at the on the Mangawhai Community Park, the library down in on our sports ground, new sports ground on the higher slopes.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
on that one, Sue, is it possible, I mean, obviously we go out to consult, but how long would it take, or we probably won't have time before the consultation, but to actually get an overview of whether it is actually feasible to do up there? Surely that's, consult's one thing, but if you consult, you're throwing all sorts of balls in the air with this on this basis, surely.
So I think what in talking with the communications people, they came to me and said, look, the people actually had the choice last time between Mangawhai Central and the village, and they said they wanted it down in this area. So, and when we looked at land, because the council has said that they want it on our land, they don't want to buy new land for this. The land that we've got, new sports, and there is higher ground that can't be used for sports field. So we could actually put a library on it. So that's the logic.
Councillor Larson.
I think we need to be careful not to be too, we're going out to a really consult. Let's just be open-minded about this, because I have been through the previous process and I know that there was a particular opinion among some of the council, and the preference was to not use the land that we've already had in Mangawhai Community Park and to buy land at retail rates in Mangawhai Central. But, you know, if we do have the option to use land that we already have that isn't our sports field land, let's not be bound by something that has arisen from the previous round of consultation. Let's have a fresh look at it. Didn't give that as an option.
I agree.
Okay, so I think Ruby will be talking to you about that later, so you can.
Okay, councillor No.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last time we talked about, I think I did mention that some of the items which were like toilets, finally, whatever, in the year 3, rather than if in the year 1, you haven't done it. I think it's still that way.
Okay, so when we get to that, you can,
We're just working down.
You know, I'm just saying in terms of comments.
so when we get to the capital, you can tell me things that you want to move forward, but
Yes.
I understand the costs, where they lie now, and there will be a cost impact to that.
There's always cost, whether you put in the 3rd year or the first.
So, well, we've got that coming.
So Mangawhai shared path by the school, I was told to push that out 3 years, so did that, so that's occur. Climate adaptations, it should read, reduced to 150 per annum, but the headcount obviously is additional to that. So I've done that because I think we had 1.2 million over 3 years. Employee.
If I had my way, I wouldn't spend $1 on it, so that's my advice.
So we'll
But we're gonna,
guidance if you want to take things out, because this is your chance, because there's not going to get many more chances. In fact, I think there's only one more before we have come back to you for adoption. So need good guidance.
we've got
What was that topic, sorry?
climate adaptations.
Well, we already do climate, yeah, my opinion is we already do climate adaptation in all of our other documents. We don't need a special separate, for instance, engineering standards review, district plan review.
Let's stick to
policy
consultation
statement, all that sort of stuff.
document.
Just wait your turn.
So, yeah, I guess we're gonna consult on it anyway, but how we go out and consult on it's another matter, isn't it?
Yeah.
What we say.
Councillor Manderson, just wait your turn, please, Matt.
Thank you. Through you, can I ask, are there serious consequences for your work, Sue, if the income received by the ratepayers is substantially below your expectations or what you budgeted for?
If it's substantially lower, then what happens is the following year, we do a big sweep round through the banks and we ask the banks for the money and the banks give us the money. So, but at the moment, we try and get people onto a payment plan if they're finding difficulty.
Councillor Paniora.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, didn't we just have a whole big decision at the last council meeting around climate adaptation, and we've moved a resolution to say that we're going to consultation, so going to keep pouring it back more.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we're consulting on climate adaptation in the consultation document. Ruby will talk to you about it today. I suppose it depends on the options, right? So there are, and we go out with, remember in the consultation document, when we consult with the public, we have to go out with specific options and a preferred option. And the preferred option is what we put in the budget. All right. So at the moment, this option is for 150K. And there, I believe, there's another option for 75, and there'd be an option for 0 as well. So the question here today is, what option do we include in the budgets, which what Sue is asking at the moment is 150K.
Do we have to have a preferred option? Can we not have a number of options?
No, we have to have a preferred option.
Well, the separate options.
Options.
Who says that there has to have a preferred option?
You have to give the community certainty about what the council is wanting to put
We've
forward.
got a council that doesn't want it, so the preferred option will be
0.
0. But that's not necessarily what the community would want.
And that's the whole point of the consultation, right?
You can skew a consultation document, everyone understands how that works. An option that's
Well, what's
charts and
And so the opposite could apply too, right? So say, for example, if the council agrees that the preferred option is 0, you can go to the community and say, look, here are the options, and the community, and the preferred option from council is 0, and the community says, well, actually, no, we want, say, 75 or 100, that's fine. That's for your decision once it comes back.
so Blizzard
Councillor Vincent?
Thank you.
documents. They hope that the council will do the best by the community.
Councillor Vincent?
I knew we'd get there eventually. Thank you. I think I'd be quite comfortable with the idea of going out with a 0 proposal, because I think we would get much more free advertising promotion of the draft plan in the media.
Yes.
And I think it would encourage greater participation by our constituents in the process, so I'm
My cyclone.
comfortable with that.
Can you wait your turn, please? Put your hand up when you speak.
Another aspect of it is I think that, I see he was trying to explain too, we have to have a preferred option because Sue has to be able to put a number in the draft plan. So that it's going to be more than this or less than this, depending on which option is chosen.
I'd like a zero option and good luck to the media. Ash?
Yeah, well, I'm actually echoing the same views, but I would like to know, these numbers are just out of the air, or is it like 75 is legal and 0 is of course optional?
I'm not sure. It was put together by the climate dictation lady.
Gotta be some reason, I think.
The consultants, I think, helping facilitate.
Somebody, it's the reason I'm asking,
It's not under me.
somebody asked me, you're doing LTP and you're just picking some numbers, just like that. And
I think it's Austin and Mike might be able to help out.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
Through the chair, the figure that Sue's referring to there, 450 odd K, whatever it is, redacted, 150, that based on an assumption of finishing the Rural Wairopo adaptation plan in year 1 and then having circa 150 odd K per year to do one more adaptation plan for somewhere else in the district. So it's built on some assumptions.
okay,
Okay,
Excuse me, your worship.
hang on. I've got Erin up there and then followed by councillor Williams.
Oh, thank you. I think Michael did a good job answering the question. I was just going to explain that it's in a later agenda item. There's the consultation document going out to the public, explains what the different the different levels are there. So it's all good.
You, councillor Williams?
I just had a question because in the previous LTP, it was 150 per annum over the next 10 years. And then in our briefing document, it suddenly turned into 1.2 over 3 years. So where did the 1.2 million over 3 years?
Have we got an answer for that?
Clarify, I have reduced it to 150,000, but I'm getting the feeling that you want me to reduce it further to 0.
Oh, it's
Below 0.
We've got to have a preferred option, and the preferred option of this council is 0.
Yep.
Okay, move on. So employee costs are unchanged, but we have noted we need a strategic urban planner, and the thoughts are that the level of our employee costs would basically accommodate new staff.
sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Howard, followed by councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this,
Sure.
when I look at the employee costs, we know that we've underspent by around about $1 million in the last year. And you don't know in this what the costs are for consultants, et cetera. So it's just straight employee costs. And yes, totally your area. But given what's happened with staffing levels and the likes, I just wonder whether, if push comes to a shove, if we're able to look at, say, a reduction of $1 million, $1.5 million on that figure to bring it back even to 16 and start from there, that's going to make a reasonable saving in terms of the rates factor. But the caveat would be, we do not want to compromise the direction of where we want to go, i.e. the employment of the right staff and your new structure. And when, of course, we don't know what that's going to be. So there's a bit of juxtaposition, but I just put it forward is that there's a big amount there and a lot of it, an element hasn't been spent in recent years. So is a wriggle room.
Through Mr. Mayor, there may well be. So it's a bit of a timing issue, this one, as a matter of fact. We have underspent considerably, but we've underspent because of.
Yep. I understand that.
and the inability to attract planners, that sort of thing in as well. So therefore, the quid pro quo of that is your best planners, more consultants, right? So it's quite hard because I've got to do the right thing here and make sure we've got sufficient funds for an organisation. We just don't know what that organisation is going to look like. 100% yet. Okay. So it's a timing thing. But I do understand where this council is and what their desire is, and you know that review will work its course through. So I suppose my plea to you is that it's possible that there could be an opportunity to reduce, but until I've actually done that work properly with phase 2, as I've outlined to you, I won't know that.
Okay. Clarify, phase 2 will be after you've approved.
So
if you want.
After the.
No, can't be done. Once you put it in, then there'll be no changes.
Yeah.
It'll either be underspend or spend, I guess. Yeah. So now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
My clarity would be, you know, if, I don't want to compromise our delivery, but if we can drop $1 million, $1.5 million, that would be ideal.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Sue, I directed to you because the staffing is one thing which was a major issue with that we spent too much on staff. So I mean, principally, I would like to see if you don't need the staff, why we keep if we don't having so much staff, so much vacancy, somehow we are carrying on. Why we should employ more. So can you tell me how many people are separated, like Dargaville 50%, or roughly how many people in Mangawhai and how many in there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, there's no need to get into that right now.
No, because in terms of.
Because can I just remind you that we're in a public briefing right now, and you know my staff are here as well. I've just answered the question. I think what we'll do is I've taken that feedback on, but I need to let the process run its course. I understand where the council desires.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it at that if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think it really matters where they are.
Sorry, we can leave it, but my question was because we have empty space which we are having in LTP talking about leasing it and making more money from the NRC council building, which we are leasing. So, yeah, so I'd like to have some information on it.
We'll cover that. I think, right. Councillor Paniora, you had a question?
Yeah, so 2 questions. The first one is there an option to go through NRC to get some either rates or targeted rates for the district for climate adaptation, since there's no appetite here? Is that does NRC do?
And through you, Ms. Mayor, they can do targeted rates. Nobody, I don't think we've addressed it with them.
I'll go to a public forum there and speak to them directly. Second thing that I have to talk about is, can you break down the $20 million boat ramp accessibility for LMI Crescent, specifically, just refreshing my memory, because I understand that it was going to be from contributions, but what about the maintenance and fast forwarding to ensure that other wards are not having to put the bill 10 years down the track for it?
So we'll talk about those. There's 3 projects that you asked us to come back on, which was the waste transfer, the Pine Beach toilets and the boat ramp. And so can we just work through and then we'll come to that, okay? Because I've detailed that on this list.
I'll just come back to Councillor Manners. I think you wanted to ask something regarding what we were talking about previously.
Okay.
Councillor Manners.
Thank you. I think I'm quite concerned about the future income for our farmers. There won't be much income, if any, for our foresters, because if there's no market or there's no need, like with cows, you've got to milk them each day when they're in calf, in milk. So I think we've got to be conservative with how we go out. And I think if we are at that lower level, we might attract a number more people into Kaipara District that will help us a lot on development and the increase in population.
Thank you. Okay. Carry on, Sue, please.
Okay, so I took up and I see that, councillor Mark is, about depreciation has written to us and said he'd like to see it stay at 100%, but we actually taken it down to 50% and then looking to increase it for 25% in the future years of this long-term plan.
By 25.
By 25%. No, up by 25%. So we would get back up to 100%. But you are right that what happens with depreciation is we haven't had much in the past. In fact, we only got to 100%, I think this last year with all of our other assets. And now we're taking a bit of a backward step, but it's what we're trying to do is relieve our community of paying in rates, because whatever we have in this plan, they're going to be rated for it.
Yep.
So that's giving a little bit of relief.
Councillor Howard.
Yeah, just to that, Sue, I reiterate what I mentioned half an hour ago. And I actually do think it's a retrograde step, going back to 50%. And there's elements of the community that are paying the cost of not having the depreciation reserve. My belief is that I would rather leave it in as 100%, cost it as that. And if we need to make a final later adjustment, what we do then ourselves, because I believe we can do that. It's not a matter of consultation.
Councillor.
We could make a consultation issue.
We could.
Did it fully fund depreciation or not?
Yeah.
You could, but it's
Pretty dry.
Yeah, pretty dry.
incredibly dry.
Well, I mean, I think that if we've got it in there and
If the people would understand what they're mentioning.
it's the money, that is the way to do it, surely.
So I can clarify that it will be in the financial strategy showing quite clearly that the council is using this methodology and intends to, because that's what we've done in the past. So that it is actually in the LTP, draft LTP, but not as a consultation. And people can comment on it if they are feeling tired one night and want to read the LTP.
Councillor Nair.
You want to say, finish it?
I've made my point.
There are 2-3 people. Okay, anyway, I'll carry on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, I'm against going 100%. And the reason it is the same story. You're taking money from the ratepayers to build up your reserves. The assets, as I said, what are depreciating in 50 years, 100 years, they depreciated in 1 year as well, sometime because of the storm or whatever. So I don't want to play with people's money. We are not sitting in a lotto game, to be honest. So, yeah, but I would like to add some projects there. Can we email to you?
So we're just about, no, not doing things by email. You tell me in the.
I can tell you today, so.
But not yet, because we're not up to that, but.
Thank you.
I'm explaining to you what I've taken out since last, understand?
Thank you, Sue. I'll take that.
But I want to just make sure that everyone understands as we go through logically.
Sure.
It's logical anyway.
We understand. I have a burning question from Councillor Vincent there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder if, and I'm conscious that I haven't managed to offend everybody so far. So I'll up the score a bit here by saying that, like, you could describe the intention to not fully fund depreciation as kicking the can down the road and get re-elected next time.
Okay, I'll go to the next point I've got, which is my sports park. We did have 500,000, reduced that to 200,000 just to be designed basically and allow a bit of consultation at that time, I think. So I've reduced it. Alamo boat parking, at that stage I got views from the council that they didn't want to spend the 2.6 million we had, so I put in 1 million and for a tidy up so that some boats can park there and not joining the roads. So that's
enough.
We'll need to check that in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, I couldn't get hold of Roddy on Friday. You know, this is 2 days we had to do this. Okay.
So that's subject to confirmation.
Yes, subject to confirmation. Okay. Road ceiling, I put in what I thought was an amount to, because I couldn't get hold, as I say, we were doing things quite fast.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I had to come back based on our road trip this morning and what's on the order behind me.
You want me to explain? You want me to explain that?
Yeah.
If you want to, just see it.
Oh, well, no, look, Alan's an expert. You show us what we're looking for a drive, just to scope it.
Just if you could be quite descriptive though, because Councillor Wilson Collins is online.
Okay, right.
I hope my artwork's up to.
So we got Devich Road Bridge, which we're currently rehabilitating. Plan is still to get it open by Christmas. But yeah, if it's not the case. But the other end of Devich Road from Lawrence, basically you get into a little bit of a metal area, sealed area, and then it's metal all the way through. So the intention is to seal the right through. So we've got a continuation of the sealed road all the way through Devich Road. We're not going to do anything on Lawrence at this stage. It's in reasonably good shape. And then we come to Kames Road, and Kames Road, basically we own half of it in Auckland Council, the other half of it. There are parts that are falling away, and we need to put some culverts in and rehabilitate those. There's some real narrow bits from a safety perspective. So the intention is to widen the bits that are really narrow. There are also 2 sections of concrete which got quite a steep gradient, and they are narrow, so there's potential for head-ons. So the intention is to widen those concrete strips, and then basically just seal a section above that, and then just leave the rest because it's in reasonably good condition. So, and then the other project that we don't have on here, but we've talked about, is Settlement Road, High Road, through to the RSA. RSA Pony Club. Yeah, so it's a short section of 400 metres.
Can I just add something here? You kind of missed out, is you said you weren't going to do anything with Lawrence Road.
Yeah.
When Lawrence Road hits the tar seal there at Devich, actually is tar seal all the way to Kames.
Not all the way.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, it goes all the way to Kames, and then you go up Kames, which needs some maintenance. And then the problem is, I mean, I'm cognizant of what Councillor Vincent said in one of his emails. It's about the numbers, not so much the rate take we're talking about here. There's a lot of houses up there, a huge number, and that road gets used when the bridge here is out. We'll come through there, and quite frankly, it's a disgrace. It's dangerous, and it's one lane. Sorry,
That's a key point.
well, I think it is. Yeah. So if we did that small strip and then fixed the road up to the top of the hill from Kames, widen those concrete pieces, which is easy enough. Then we have a situation where people can come through there, go down Devich, cross the Devich repaired bridge and come all the way to Mangawai on seal. And I think that's well overdue. Yep.
No one has any offer.
Sorry,
Councillor Ash, followed by Councillor Paniwara.
thank you.
Councillor.
Anil, I just have a question. Kames Road was a major issue. I think it was widely publicized in newspaper. The doctor who did it went to Parliament with a petition. Did you get any money from all those sources?
No.
So neither Waka Kotahi, because Waka Kotahi promised they will give money towards Kames. I remember there was a reading newspaper, they're gonna fix it. Councillor Jonathan was in the picture as well. And there was a write-up. So I'm just thinking where that money has gone, the promised money. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure on that conversation, Councillor Lamb, but in terms of Kames Road, we share it between Kaipara District Council and Auckland Council.
Yeah.
So it's a local road. And the unsealed and the rehab that we're doing, potentially, then there may be some subsidy, but largely it's going to be funded by debt rate.
I would say find out, please, with Waka Kotahi on this.
There's no funding from Waka Kotahi, I'm telling you.
Thank you.
Councillor Paniwara.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that no one has an issue with things like these. The roads clearly are dangerous and need to be upgraded. I think where it's inflammatory is where we start to go away from needs basis and into, oh, now we need to proportion when it's a district-wide, starting to proportion according to wards. We swore a declaration that we would faithfully, impartially, and according to the best of our skill and judgment, execute and perform in the best interests of the whole of the Kaipara district. because emails that we've been receiving, are rightfully inflammatory. Okay, and both myself and the mayor, who are at large, had more of an obligation to ensure that happens. So I just wanted to put that on the table today and keep focusing on things like this. We're absolutely happy. There's no qualms around the table about things like this that need to be developed. I've come through this morning and it is absolutely dangerous. There's holes in the road and there's no cones around. There's no 30k zones. It's telling you can go 80 k's an hour and that's not right.
Which part of the road are you talking about?
I've just coming through from Dargaville, just 5 minutes out.
Yeah, there's roads all over the place that need work. Well, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Totally agree on these points, and I think that let's reinforce that safety question. Quick question there though, is the 500 metres that's there, are you saying that there's only 500 metres of seal from the bridge to the top of the hill?
You mean there's 500 metres of metal there right now?
General.
Approximate.
Okay, no, okay.
Yeah.
But that's good. I mean, I think that it's a necessary project.
Councillor Lambeth.
Just to clarify a couple of things, the Devitt Road Bridge all under Southland Gabriel funded, correct?
100%.
100%, excellent. And the sealing or the extension to seal, does it get a 62% subsidy on it? Okay, so we've got to wear that totally.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Not with a targeted rate.
So that's why I put in 2 million at the moment for, which should do 2 kilometres of roading, but I don't know. It's dependent on further advice. Okay?
Yeah.
We've taken out the 1.5 million that we had in years 2 and 3 for sealing new roads. Then we've brought forward the Selwyn Park drainage, funded by debt. The lease agreement, we still have to investigate parts of the Dargaville office for subleasing, because there could be the opportunity of bringing in 100 to 150,000 in income. The councillors asked for more information, so at this time I'd ask if Annan or Helen could talk about the Eastern Waste Transfer Station, because there was 3.5 million provided, one for purchase of land.
So.
So there's 2 options for the location for the Eastern Kaikoura transfer station. One is that we buy the Hakurū site where it currently is, or if that's not possible, we need to look at purchasing other land. And yeah, and then we have to develop that. We either have to develop that new land fully, or we need to redevelop the current site to allow for all the facilities that we need to have happening on that site.
Councillor Howard, Councillor Williams, Councillor Lambeth.
Mr Mayor, so can we be absolutely clear? Is there no way the existing transfer site in Hakurū will carry on in its current ownership past 2 years? With the new existing operators?
Yeah, so through you, Mr Mayor, the original discussions with the owners were no, they didn't want to sell it. And they just wanted us to make good and go away. The provision is still to have that conversation with them. They could have changed their mind, and that's what the provision of $2 million is for.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I just wondered if it came to that and we needed to find some other land, would there be provision to perhaps use land we have in Lincoln Downs?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the answer is yes. We just need to do a whole lot of assessment in terms of traffic movement and dust, and there's a whole lot of other consequential things that flow on from making that decision. But in short, the answer is yes.
It could be an option.
Councillor Lambeth, what about Councillor Peniora?
Just to clarify a few things, existing site, as you said, was not up for sale. They wanted to go on. But I believe that they have offered it for sale now. Do you feel as though they're in a position where they've overpriced the land or not, and have sort of got us under a little bit of a, or the cost of making good that land is quite a substantial cost for us. And then re-establishing but there's not both of them, is there? There's not keeping the old one, purchasing it and developing a new one. Is that correct?
It's one or the other. So we either negotiate to do a settlement with them on the existing and rehab and stay there, it could be ours, or we make good and we look for an alternative site.
And the size of that is how many hectares?
So we'll have to, I'll come back to you. I don't know that the detail right here, right now.
Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
I was just going to say that, my preference would be to go to a new site if at all possible. It sounds like they think they have you over a barrel and they're playing hard to get, and it's just going to be difficult. I know this is public session, but it is what it is. If we have alternatives, let's get on with it and not play around with the current site.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll make sure we do the right thing for the ratepayers of the district. You know, we will get
Not paying overpriced if the land's what
get a valuation. So that's the basis to move on.
I think the complicating factor in here is the making good factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're talking about an aftercare of an existing landfill that's at that site. That's the problem. Councillor Vincent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A thought just occurred to me off the top of my head in terms of evaluating the merits of the Brown Road site, Lincoln Downs. I would include in the costing the sealing of the road from Kawakamangawai to the gateway of that proposed site as part of the total cost of establishment. And then we would have a number and see, well, okay, maybe that the simplest thing is to bite the bullet and compare the cost of that with the cost of purchasing the existing site.
Maybe it's an issue to be discussed some other time in a PEX arrangement. We need to learn how all the existing contracts work with our existing contractor. Do they want to build their own Penshurst station? But I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, we need to think about the long term as well. So just because in the short term, it looks like it's a better arrangement to stay with, maybe it's not in the long term.
Yeah. Councillor Lambert?
Yeah, just to clarify one thing, to own some land and have a waste station next to it is not a good environment. So there'd be some devaluing of his existing land and all that. So I didn't want to create the wrong impression what I was talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
So the other thing you asked about was the Pine Beach toilets. I think Helen can enlighten us about those two, just what they would comprise. Part of the funding, I think, was to come from TIF, but part of it would be.
Pine Beach toilets, the Pine Beach toilets that are in the LTP were unsuccessful with TIF funding. One of the criteria for TIF is that it is an unplanned activity. So if we put this into the LTP, we cannot apply for TIF funds again. Okay, but this is needed because the wastewater system needs to be upgraded, and currently we're operating ablution facilities at a lower capacity than the campground capacity. Yeah. So we've got a compliance issue that we need to deal with. So we really need to plan to do the work.
Councillor Paniora, Councillor.
Look at other external funding options.
Absolutely, do not put it in the long term, and it's clearly within TIF. TIF, because it's one of the most regionally significant tourism destinations.
I guarantee success.
I guarantee.
I know that, but we definitely are ruling ourselves out if we put it into the LTP, aren't we?
For TIF funding, yes, but there's other funding that we could potentially access. My concern is
outside of LTPs.
And would need to reduce the capacity of the campus.
We have the funding already for some other toilets to go in that's already been approved and it's.
For the TIF, we've had TIF approval to do day visitor toilets. Yes. That doesn't make us compliant for the campground.
Something though, moving forward, I say don't put it into the LTP.
No, you've got your views now.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if my memory is not fading, there was an approval from TIF on this many months ago. And yes, What I'm trying to say, let's go back and let's, check it out and you have the funding.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we brought this, the TIF funding projects to council, and there were two that were unsuccessful in Pine Beach as well.
We
We've already navigated.
two applications in for Pine Beach. The day visitor toilets was successful.
Yeah.
The other one was not.
For the day visitor, so they can walk on up to the day visitor toilet.
So the day visitor facilities will be toilets rather than showers and full ablution facilities.
Councillor Lambeth?
Yeah, I just, I got some numbers in the weekend for this. 500 campers, if they use that, facility twice a day for those 500, that's 1,000, and they say there's 2,000 a day visitors there. So it's under tremendous pressure. Yeah, so it is important, but, yeah, and whether they be separated for the campers and for the day visitors is another thing. And yeah, but just to give you some idea of what the pressure is up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and the last one was to give council an idea of what we had in the 10 years capital, so not in the first 3 years, but boat ramp accessibility down at Alamo Crescent, because we had put $20 million further out. And I think you wanted an explanation about that.
Yeah, so can you talk us through
Jeff.
all of that?
Jeff,
Yeah, where did that?
we're talking about Alma Crescent, maybe Andy. And just specifically what the projects are.
If you could just outline, so from the 20 million, how much is reserve contributions, how much is targeted rates? What about maintenance and costs into the future? Because we don't want a situation where the rest of the district, i.e. Whitehall Ward or any other wards are paying.
Okay, that's enough. You know the question, Andy. There you go.
So this funding is slightly different. We're not sure how much would be reserve contributions because it's after the year 3, and there won't be 20 million in the Mangawhai bucket for the whole 20 million. So you would just assume that it would come from roading. It's a roading work or parks and parks.
I think until we know.
Hang on, can you wait?
Dead.
Your hand up and ask a question. You keep cutting in. Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. So until we actually have less assumptions and more where the funding's going to be coming from, I wouldn't be expecting it to go ahead. And how can we consult in a consultation document with the public when we don't even know ourselves where the money's exactly coming from? I haven't finished. So can I get a response and then?
Yeah, through you, Smith. So we just let Andy explain the project and the funding.
But it's not in the long-term plan because it's only 3 years we're doing.
Thank you, Andy.
Through the mayor, the funding I have to defer to Sue's team and to come back with more information. So the project that we put forward was made the engineer's cost of about $20 million to construct. Developed a plan from council about 4 years ago, which shows better amenity value down through Alamar Cres from North Ave, including Sellers Reserve, behind the campground for boat parking access and access through to Mofai Heads Road, and as well as duplication of the wharf that is there currently, the pontoon wharf, so moving the existing boat ramp right on the very corner. North Ave, Sellers Reserve, Alamar Cres back into Sellers Reserve further so that it's safe access. Boating. Especially given resource consent. Point street with the puppy.
That was a wharf, not a boat ramp.
Yeah, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Andy. I mean, at the end of the day, I think I certainly raised queries about the $20 million for this one. I think that the bigger picture is amenity value is something that is sadly lacking here. We've already acknowledged across a wide realm of comment that we need to do something with our boating and boating facilities. The suggestion has been made on page 2 of the email that the collective inputs to the LTP that the mayor sent out a week ago, getting the council to actually look at, if I go back, what's going to happen if we do anything down there? We're just going to add to the damn congestion issue that we've already got. We're not solving anything. We're actually making it worse. We may solve it by having another ramp, but the basic fundamental is that we're not going to be any better off. We're going to be worse off for traffic. So there has been a suggestion that we've made, trying to be creative, is that should council staff talk to the likes of the Canberra people, for the area that they're talking about on Black Swamp, Raymond Bull Drive in there, and get them to talk to the likes of the Hopper Development and actually move the issue, provide the amenity value and a new boat ramp facility to the south side, and then develop something maybe through waterways, whatever else, that will actually really add to the amenity value and give a better solution to this congestion issue. Now, if that requires funding, that would take longer. We don't have to worry about it immediately, but it might be a much more creative outcome that we could consider.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. So yeah, $20 million was very scary for a boat ramp, and most of the people said we don't really need it. But my question is, the $1 million we have put aside, is it for specific purpose or is it just off the air?
I think that
There's one
specific purpose, through you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair. It's for a specific purpose. So behind the boat club, there's a section of land that's largely just wasted. So the intention is to create a car park.
But does it negate what Councillor Howard said, that there is another opportunity?
It enhances.
Separate issue.
Yeah, we actually had a drive around that too, and the short-term cost-effective action would be to tidy up and make as much room as we can down there now. And I wouldn't be sweating about 20 million now. That would be down one day in the future. But
this 1 million.
Just let me finish. But the point is, sometimes it's about making the most of the space you've got. And down there, there's a whole lot of space that's poorly arranged, and we'd like to see. I wouldn't want to see a road go through, as was proposed, but I'd like to see an area where I call it the reserve boat parking, which fills up really quickly. I'd like to see that metal 2 coats of seal and make the most of what we've got in the short term. And then I think Councillor Howard's right on the money. This harbour needs another boat ramp, but it doesn't need it down there.
So it's just to do with the metaling and all, is it?
Yeah.
So for boat parking.
Councillor Howard?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just add to your comments, and thank you for that. But I would certainly not wish to, on the subject of that bit of land down behind the campground, not wish to just drop the idea of a through road to take now a longer term. And I think that should still be on our horizon.
In the short term, with lack of funding that we have, and that's the short term solution, I think, to making it work. It won't. Look, it's never going to cope down there, and every man and his dog wants to put his boat in. But most of the year, it'll provide what's needed. That's the thinking. Councillor Lambeth?
Yeah, I just total ignorance on that area and everything else, but I'm just wondering if this massive expenditure to spend it on people park a boat, and I'm just wondering if that could be spent better somewhere else. Are we comparing the last summer being as wet as it was when most of the boats are parked there are we trying to repair a once in a blue moon weather event by spending a lot of money there? Or we allow them to park on hardened surface when the boats are mostly used in the summer? I'm just getting that balance right, that's all. I'm just asking that question, so, yeah.
Well, councillor Paniora.
Yeah, similar sentiments, $1 million for a car park versus $1 million towards a town hall project. 20 million towards a boat ramp access when we need 20 million for water storage in Dargaville. Where are the priorities? I would prefer that we redirect that 20 million to actually getting water storage sorted for Dargaville in this term. That is just going to be exasperated. We've kicked the can down the road long enough. It needs to be a priority. We're going into one of the biggest droughts that we've ever seen, and we're sitting back and it's not even, there's nothing in here to do with water. And it's a vital, it's a life-sustaining resource that we know for a fact we're going to be hit with this summer. So please, can we take it seriously?
Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. You want to speak, Adam?
I was just going to say, through you, Mr. Chair, we do take that seriously. And we have said that this LTP excludes Three Waters. We said that from the very start. And that's what we've.
Can we?
Hang on, just let him finish, please. Don't interrupt.
So we've actually got within the asset management plan of the new entity A, in that asset management plan, there is a provision to provide security supply for Dargaville. So whilst it's not in this LTP, it's within the asset management plan of the future entity. Now, that entity, whether it goes ahead or not, is yet to be decided by the government. And once they decide what they're going to do, they'll give us direction. If the direction is that you have to continue to bring back the waters into your LTP, then we're going to have a whole new round of consultation and debate.
It's hard to accept that.
Councillor Larson, please.
That's my point.
No, you haven't. You've had your question. Councillor Larson, stop interrupting. You can go next after Larson. Don't have to have a battle over questions, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just on the topic of this boat ramp car park arrangement, I'm of a similar mind to Councillor Howard about needing to find a future solution for a second boat ramp that isn't in that area down at LMR. And I'm similarly in agreement with the Mayor about the overflow boat parking down there. I think it's a really simple short-term solution to tidy up that area. And I think that, if in the future there is a desire and a will and funding for a road extension, which effectively would take part of that boat parking area, that's something we can do in the future, but it's a bigger conversation in terms of that road we're going in there. So I think, let's not worry about 20 million is a pretty broad figure that's been put out there. I think that it's possibly 500,000 for the boat parking, and that's it for now. Yeah. And in the future, we may find, and I think that's quite realistic.
Yeah.
We can measure it up. We know what it costs to chip seal, and it's not expensive.
Yeah.
And it's a good solid place there. It's all sand, and it's flat. I think, let's explore innovative ways, as Councillor Howard suggested, of getting a second access somewhere completely different. And I'm just looking at it on council maps now. There are locations there. We do have paper road that leads all the way down to the water, and it's just a matter of doing a bit of debate thinking around how we can make it happen. Somewhere else, we have got more cars in the same patch.
Thank you, Councillor Paniora. Followed by Councillor Nair.
Yeah, so can you just explain to me the difference between the funding that we've just approved for the wastewater and Mangawhai versus what you're saying is now Three Waters, why there's a distinction between we're allowed to commit funds to Three Waters as of 2-3 weeks ago, but then when it comes to water storage in Dargaville, that's a no-go?
Yeah, so currently, and you're going to get a paper on Wednesday, which also approves a whole lot of water's expenditure. So that is within our current annual plan. And the direction from the Department of Internal Affairs is that you continue to fund your water's infrastructure up until 1 July 2024. If it hits a certain threshold, and the threshold is about $10 million, then that's got to be approved by the DIA as well. So council approves any projects over $10 million, but it's also got to be endorsed by the Department of Internal Affairs. So that's between now and June 2024. So whatever expenditure we've got committed, we will complete. Beyond 2024 is when the new entity is stood up, and the new entity can take over funding of Three infrastructure. The Dargaville security of supply, the dam versus the trust, is in the future. It's not a decision we need to make today, but it's a post-2024 decision that will be put into the asset management plan and it'll be funded through that process, not general rates through council. Noting that if the bill gets repealed and the direction is that the waters has to come back into council's LTP, then there's a whole new prioritisation process and consultation process that will take place.
So following on from that, will it be a separate consultation, or will the timing be able to still coincide with the existing consultation?
So it's two things that happened. November, the Department of Internal Affairs did present to us the pricing and funding plan as well as the asset management plan. That's now part. So the intention was that if the bill wasn't going to get as signalled by the incoming government, then the Department of Internal Affairs would have started a consultation on the AM. So that at the moment is in pause mode.
So there's no way that we can just even put that in as a not hypothetical, but as in the alternative that it is repealed, water storage in Dargaville, consulting on so that we don't miss the boat on that? Or?
Through your chair, the water scheme at Dargaville is just one component of the big need of infrastructure in the district. We can't just pull out one piece. And the answer to your question, councillor, is no. We've been directed at this stage not to include it until that direction is given formally. The chief executive is required to comply with what the law says.
Thank you.
Followed by councillor Howard.
No, mine is, thank you, councillor Larson, for that $500,000, which we can probably put in a boat ramp for Dargaville, because that's also around Bob's, if you allow. But in the bigger scheme of things, I mean, we do need dam. I don't know how to not to do it. You have to make a point that we need this infrastructure strategy. We need it. You may not put a figure there. You may feasibility study for 200,000, but you have to make it in LTP. These are the needs. It's not about.
We've been through this repeatedly, councillor. No, we can't put it in this LTP.
That's what I'm saying. Who is going to stop you? You do it. Try it.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to ask that question again because I've answered it many times. What Anand did say there, though, that you should pick up on is
July 20.
Excuse me, sorry, councillor. Included in the AMPS is that future investment need, and that's gone to entity A. So that's all in there. If it comes back to council, then it will come back to us and we'll have to restart a process. And it's plain and simple. It doesn't get more complicated than that.
No, I'm not complicating. All I'm saying, July 2024 is 7 months away. Why can't you put a paper to us? You can put a targeted rate in 1 week. Give us some indication. I think.
Councillor, no, we've covered it. I'm pretty sure we know where we're going. Councillor Howard.
Just to sort of close it out, we're talking an investment of 10 to $15 million. So, you know, it needs to be prioritised across a whole suite of other projects. But I suggest that we maybe park that one for now and come back probably in about March when we have more certainty from the government and
thank you.
What their action's going to be.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And let me say, I totally endorse the whole strategy of border security for Dargle, so no issues there. I won't litigate the conversation that's just happened again, but I am interested in, we had this presentation from Murray McCulley and his team from Tito Takarau Water last week. So, and presumably out of that, they'll come and, they put a concept of shareholding. Does that also, does that say commercial well, that would be a commercial transaction. Does that?
Thanks.
Just let Mr Howard finish.
Yeah, no, it was.
Okay, so
That would like to, I was going to ask any detail.
You're right. You've drifted into other areas.
Through you.
Vincent?
Someone should be writing this down for a movie script or something.
okay, can we move on?
A comedy.
Sweet hands.
Okay, can we move on?
Just through you, Mr Mayor, I think what we'll do, noting the direction that we're getting from councillors, is that we might write a chapter in our infrastructure strategy on the need for the district, noting that there's a separate process that is a funding model at this stage. I know that. So we're not saying we're consulting on it or we will include it. We're just saying, as a council, we're providing direction to the new entity.
Yeah.
As terms of it won't be a lot of work because we've done that work. But just want to be very clear that we will not be committing to anything in that strategy other than giving direction and guidance in terms of what we need as a district council to the new entity when and whenever it's formed.
So through Mr Mayor, we'll take that point away and we'll work on that on the outside and see whether or not we can do that.
I'm just going to say I fully total and support and endorse that because we've got a community that's very worried and feels like the council is doing absolutely nothing about it, but our hands are tied and we need to show that we are taking it seriously, dark, etc.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just making, sorry, to a chair. Just commenting, quite agreeable to that and very disappointed with the CE saying that we may not be able to do it. But I mean, I would like you to be more positive in the meeting than negative. Yeah, thank you.
I think you can stop that right now. Personal criticisms are not what we're here for. Ash, I'm sorry, I've had enough of it. We're not here to play the man, we're here to play the ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
keep it in mind. Thank you.
I'm not against.
That's all right, you can be quiet, please. Okay, move on.
That there'll be carry forwards and when I asked infrastructure, we came up with hopefully 7 million. So that means Helen's got to deliver still quite a lot of infrastructure between now and June and not just putting it all on your shoulders. The big man's got to carry it as well. And so we said what will probably be carried forward might be 300 of IT, libraries 1.8 million, McLean, huh?
Oh, yes.
Kaiwaka Rangiora Road, pensioner heating, that's the healthy homes stuff, in Dargaville, and Mangawhai Shared Path, there will still be 4 million of that. Okay, so when we did our P&L with all these new changes, it showed us that the general rates would rise 8.4 million. And I thought the best way to look at this is to look at what does it mean in $1 per week for our ratepayers. So we did some sample properties. And looking at that, so you can see at Bailey's Beach, and we'll just pick on 100, if your land value is 112,000, and we know there's a revaluation coming up and it's going to distort this as well. But based on what we know, the land value, you can see that the rates would end up at $1,581, it'd be $242 extra a year, which is about $5 a week extra that we'll be charging. So and you can see in the other rates, we've implemented a 60-40 libraries and parks split. So at the conversation we had, I got guidance of 60-40, but you asked me, or asked Lisa Salter, to look at what was the number of rural properties as rural users as opposed to residential. Looking at the addresses we had on, it was more like 65-35. So I don't, for 65 urban, 35% rural. So if you want, I can look at changing that, or you want to give me more guidance on, but.
We had 60-40, didn't we?
Yes, you did.
That sounds about right.
Well, I'm just telling you, you told me to go away, and so it's whether you want me to change it to the. Okay, so we've used 60-40, and you can see, so the new, in the other, where you see, we put the UAGC, current UAGC, and would still be applicable at, even at that level, it now goes to 27% of the rates. I think previously last year it was about 800 was about 22% when you have water. But it's 20, I think it was 27% of the rates. Or correct me, she's online if I'm telling, if I haven't remembered it correctly. And you can see for all the properties, urban properties with water, wastewater, there's a reduction. In fact, they're going to be charged something by the new entity. So, and we've made the assumption, well, we haven't just made the assumption, the new entity showed us their figures and it is a lot cheaper.
Those are entirely your red figures, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a reduction, you know, whether we can grab. But you can see there are those land values that don't have, or those areas that don't have water or wastewater, there are increases. And that's because we've got $8.4 million worth of extra costs in there on the general rate, okay?
Sorry, just with our waste, is that the new levy?
You're talking about wastewater or solid waste?
Solid waste.
Solid waste is a general rate, and that isn't going to.
Is that factored in these figures?
Yes, it will be, but not a major change to solid waste till year 3 of the LTP.
Okay, so it's not then.
Right. There are some increases.
Councillor Nair?
Thank you, Mr. No, just a question. So this one is based on no water, right? So you have some idea about roughly, I'm just trying to see how much effect is gonna go to the ratepayers. You're looking at the total figure, right?
They'll be getting another bill. So we know, I think it was, I was told, wastewater would be $900, likely, around about $900. It's done on a different basis, obviously, from here, and they came up with cheaper than what we currently being charged.
But our rates are now similar level, which were there, so that 900 is an additional figure, is it? That's what I'm trying to see. If I am the ratepayer, I need to know.
Take the red out.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's 2,500.
It's going to increase by 900, so there's a net reduction of $93 on average for, say, Dargaville.
No, it doesn't pay. It's 2,500, that's what I pay roughly. And then you will have 900 on top of it, isn't it?
900 is what they said.
Yeah, so it is a huge increase.
It's not, because you're.
No, it's not.
There's
A discount.
There's a discount of 993 for Dargaville on that first.
The red ink.
Look at the total.
Everyone's the fee.
And then if they put on $900, then there's a net reduction of 93, for example.
So what we tried to do when you were looking at the revenue and financing policy, and we were looking at whether we should have a targeted rate, that's why we put the parks, and we tried to take some of the rates that we thought the utilisation of those activities was by the urban people more. That's why we've got the extra targeted rate for, that we've distributed, which is higher for urban properties rather than other.
Councillor Lambeth?
Yeah, through the mayor, this is great, Sue. Thank you very much. I'm just going down the list here a little bit, and I'm looking at, we take the wastewater aspect out and those red figures out. I'm just looking at some horrific percentages down here later on of increases. You know, I'm talking Kaiwaka, 35% increase, Tinapai, 44% increase. How did they get there? Have such a large increase? And is there any recovery for us from that?
So that's why I've given you this, because percentages aren't a good, look, you're looking at it as $424 for the whole year. So that would be like $8 a week, I'd imagine, something like that.
Okay, so what you're saying, although those percentages are high, their rates are pretty low as it is. Is that correct?
That's right. And what you're investing the money in Tinapai, you know, is roads, parks. I mean, that's what you've said. We've got 8.4 million of extra. Now, what I'm saying is if you want these to come down, you've got to tell me what things are out. What I'm more, you know, to reduce it from the 8.4.
No, thanks for
that. Councillor Larson.
Yeah, I've spoken to understand that what was just said about them being small dollar amounts. Unless I'm reading the wrong column. For example, at Tinapai, you've got a total rates of 1,398 on a property of 61,000 land value, and a change in dollar of $424 for the 3%, but it's not a small dollar amount increase. $424 and $390,000 property. Their rates at about 2,500, and they've gone up 31%, $599 per year. Comes down to the lifestyle. There's Kaiwaka there, you've got a lifestyle property with a land value of 240,000, gone up 34% of 519,000. You look at Mangawhai. You've got Mangawhai, you've got a property of 1.5 million land value. Their rates are going up over $1,500 up to $9,371 a year. So, I don't know how you're going to sell that.
So that's why I'm showing you this. That's $10. So some of those amounts of 500 were only $10. Obviously, those with larger valued land value, they're going to take the burden because that's how we rate on land value, most things.
So there's something going horribly wrong already in Mangawhai commercial properties. You've got only a difference of 200,000 in value, the $485,000 value property versus, I'm talking about commercial, 680. There's a whopping, one's paying 10,600 in rates and the other's only paying 4,600. So there's something already going horribly wrong currently.
I think that might be the specific properties that have been chosen. Can I call on my colleague, Christine Toms, please, to... Is it? Is she online?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought she was going to be online.
Councillor Lambeth.
Just on that, a lot of those commercial properties will be rated as per the pan they've got too, wouldn't it? So although it shows a reduction, those individual tenants and multi-tenanted properties will actually be paying, yeah. Am I correct here or not?
Yes.
It's complicated, isn't it, Dad?
Yes, yeah, she will have picked out specific properties. So,
my main concern is that individual section, urban, whether it be in the small towns or whatever, is there any way that we are able to put in a ceiling of how much expected as a rate rise for individual residential properties? Nothing like that, is there? We're stuck in trouble then and it just multiplies over the years. I'm just trying to explore opportunity.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been in the banking for a long time, and the valuation is one thing which surprised you many times, Councillor Lambert. And it has happened, so if you look at even 4,000 in Mangawhai, the rate rise is only 20%. It is just the valuation which council rely on. And I think we have to live with it. Tinopai might have had a $100,000 increase, and the rate increase will be obviously 43% because the values are lower. That's my take on it. Thank you. Yeah.
So what I was showing you there is just the impact to try and gauge what you want to do as a result. Do you still want to bring rates down? And if so we'll go to the, and I want to tell you a bit about debt as well. After we work through this draft, still comes to around about 34 million. We actually found, I'd left out depreciation reserves that we have to pay back to Three Waters. So although they're paying us 44 million in debt, we're paying back about 3.5 million in depreciation reserves relating to water at that time. So, yep. Don't think there's anything on that third page 3 else to tell you. Then going back to page 4, where we're looking at operational expenditure. Is there anything different? Insurance increases, we've only just heard about those. So we'll have to add additional increases. I'm assuming we will have to add additional insurance into the budget, but I don't know exactly what the change is. We only just got that late last week. And then I'm showing you, this is what in the other activities, this is what's driven up the parks and facilities. It's still 2.4 million. If you're still happy to leave all that in, that's what's driving some of you, as well as the roading, this is what's driving some of the rates increase.
So I thought, through you, Mr. Mayor, I thought we talked about trying to get this figure down to around 1.8 to 2 million.
So what do you want me to cut? Because it's your decision.
Yeah. Well,
is it
Which page are we on?
we're on page 4, which is operational expenditure, and there's a list of projects that we've produced showing what is driving the increase.
Chair, just a quick question. So I don't think it's going to make much difference whether it's 2.1 or 2.4, but what is the rough thing on the rental opportunities? Is it 100,000 or 50,000?
I think it would probably be about 100,000.
100,000? That's good. So can you put it there somewhere?
So you want me to bring that into the revenue?
Yes.
Okay, we'll look
Those
at
revenue.
that. Yep.
And also, I think that 605, we thought we could maybe shave 200.
So we did shave 200, it was 800, we brought it down to 600. On a further 200 that just.
We don't know, because we're going to go do that assessment with the arborist.
Yeah.
And just one more thing, this digital services, is the money already spent or is it 200,000?
Call on.
Because last year, yeah.
To talk about the digital services, 200,000 increase in the operational budget.
I think we strike it off in last time.
So last time that was removed in the era, so we were, Sue and I thought we were talking about the same thing, but we just made a different thing. So I removed $200,000 from the CapEx for digital services, not the operating cost. So the increase in operating costs is just an increase in operating costs for literally everything, whether or not it's our equipment, it's our software licenses, it's all of our renewals, everything's not. So that's the relation.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so no further change. Then probably the next thing to look at is just the capital expenditure list. And to make sure I've got everything in that I want.
So through you, Mr Mayor, just that clarification on capital expenditure, roading renewals, this now goes back to adding 40% to one and then 20%.
No. So this was 20% we've added to these figures.
Oh, okay.
40%, it'll be more than 8.4 million. So I made you know, looked at it and thought, no, we're not even going to make the 40%.
Excuse me, so, in this summation through here that you've given us, that 20 million that we talked about down at Alamar, does that go into?
No, because it's years 5 and 6, I think.
Okay, thank you.
We're producing a
Yep.
3-year.
Yep.
So perhaps if we go through the roading, are you happy with the projects we have in there for the roading? Are there any questions about them that I can draw Helen, you know, to or Jeff?
So, yeah, I just have a clarification. So I think somebody did ask one of the councillor, it'll be great if we can know how is it funded, you know, if we can have some kind of bracketed, how much is 100%?
It's on the right.
No. And also how much is targeted, that kind of thing. So when we look at the rate increase, we know what are the brackets we are actually raising money.
So this is on the attachment A, capital projects on the right-hand side. It's
Yeah.
60% subsidy.
No, that's all right. That's just loading. All I'm saying in the LTP.
It's got the rest as well.
Got the rest of it, yeah. Yeah.
No, I know, but there's all jumbled. We should know, like, out of 111 million or whatever it is, 40 million is funded by, general rates, 40 million by, this.
Oh, you want a
Yeah,
a subtotal of the whole of the.
yeah, that'll be awesome. Yeah. If they're separately sheet, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wonder if with it being capital expenditure, it opens the door to us taking on more debt. And it possibly would be a good investment capital item, and it attracts a subsidy so that we borrow the money in order to get the subsidy and end up with capital improvements to the assets. So I think it's any item that we can reasonably consider as a capital item, and it gets funding to a degree. And it's fair game for us to look at our debt loading and see if we can achieve more without it having as much impact on our rates. Because, I mean, the argument in favour of debt is that the people who are getting the benefit of it over the life of that asset get to pay for it through the servicing the debt and their rates, I would submit. So I'm sure I'd be interested in Sue's response to that and other members.
It's obviously going to cost people more. Work, which is what we put forward for the roading, and if you don't want to borrow for your operations, because then you won't have a balanced budget.
No, we don't want to borrow for operations. No, this is capital, and if it attracts a subsidy, then in order, to me, it's a good investment to actually obtain a local share through debt, which then is paid back over the life of that asset that we purchase.
So the problem with that is you're not only paying back the debt on that, you're also in the meantime renewing it 10 years later, because it really only lasts 10 years.
Well, is it a capital item then?
10 to 13 years. Well, that's a reseal. You're only prolonging its life or extending it for another 13 years before we have to do more work.
Just putting it out there on the table, see what happens.
Okay, I have Councillor Lambert, followed by Councillor Paniora, followed by Councillor Nair.
Yes, thanks, through the mayor. So a lot of the roading work not a lot, but there is an amount of roading work that is required to do in Dargaville, but unfortunately, they're adjacent to or connected to the state highways. So we can't even, if I'm correct, and we can't even go there with that. It's all going to be funded externally by
Yeah, right, NZT, yeah, sorry.
Because there was mention of a pedestrian bridge over the Mongaroa River, because there's a safety issue there with people coming across. And all our cycle ways and pathways there are unlinked, but I'm assuming that is got to be done by the National Roading.
NZT.
State highway, the answer is yes.
We can't even go there and put it into the plan of what's to be done, because we've got, as you know, we've got State Highway 12 running right through Dartmouth, meeting up with 14, so.
So we had some programs in here that were going to be 100% funded. Is it TA?
Yes.
So we do include them in here.
Is that particular project included in it?
Which one are you talking about?
There was mention of a cycleway walk bridge over over the Kaihu River.
Does it ring any bells?
So my glasses. That is the next stage after the shared path work that is currently up.
Right.
So it's actually beyond this 3-year period.
Okay.
Thank you, councillor Paniora.
Back to my original point when we last spoke about civil defence. So we heard all the great things that they did but the 70,000 is for training, and my original point stands. We have people in our community that we can be bringing on board to help us. And if we're going to train anyone, it should be people in our community that are going to be there when crap hits the fan.
Yeah, so you've gone back to, which is fine, gone back to the operational costs and the civil defence and questioning why we've still got that in the year, and that's a potential for 70,000 reduction. So I'll let
So through you, same answer as last time, councillor Paniora, we just haven't changed the wording. It's not for training, it is for the additional FTE. So it was funded 0.6, the kaipara person from the NRC, and they've increased it to 0.1. And so it's just highlighting that there's a differential there.
We remove it out then and then put it onto the surplus employee budget that we have sitting there?
Yeah, you can if you want.
Yes, please,
because, you know, but what this actually signifies is it's important for us to tell you that there's an increase here from 0.6 to 1 FTE for the NRC person. And it's different to our current budgets. It doesn't come into our current staffing benefits budget, but it balances out because it goes through to NRC.
So can we strike that out? But not training and excluded.
Yeah, we'll change the wording. So it's
Strike it out.
clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. So two things. One, Councillor Vincent put it on the table, and I'm answering that part first, the debt thing. While you assume you can go to any extent to get debt to do the public good, there is a cost to service the debt, which comes by the ratepayer. And also that probably that's the why they put a limit on how much you can borrow, because you can start playing lotto, you know, you can borrow $1 billion. So I'm not in favor of that, being on that play. But coming back to Councillor Lambert's point, I think it's a good idea to give us a list of all the projects which can be done by Waka Kotahi, because being elected members, I mean, we get lost. This is half the time I yell at them because they say, well, this is not our baby. We should know every baby, even illegitimate one, you know? So I think it's a good idea to get that list. Thank you.
Through YouTube, we can do that once the RTC confirm their priorities, and then once NZTA adopt that.
Yeah, thank you.
okay, I'm taking it there's no more questions on roading, and we can move on to open spaces. If there's anything there to be, that you're happy with what I put in open spaces?
I've got one.
Councillor Lambert.
This, I don't know if I've got it right. Intersection improvements. I realise that there's quite a bit that once again involve the state highways, because most intersections come out onto it. But there are some, even in Darwin itself, there's some real bad intersections and bad that need work immediately. Was that all covered? Are they being identified outside of that outside of this shared cycle pathways area. Because we've got that complication of that block there, which you probably haven't looked at. Then we've got the state highways going through. But is there enough in there to fix up all those, like I'm talking about the Liverpool River Road corner intersection? It's constantly falling apart. There's goods falling off vehicles because of all the corrugations in it, and this is an urban area. So is there enough set aside for all those repairs, or?
Could I, through you, Chair, could I ask councillor if you wouldn't mind sending me an email of the ones you know, and then we'll correlate that against what is in the plan?
And I'll ask Erin and the other people, Ash and Erin, to do the same. I'll collate them through a few and we'll get them more to you.
And for you, Mr. Mayor, what we'll do is just get Andy to come in as well. I just so I'm clear, Councillor Lamb, if you're talking about the intersection upgrades part of that page, which is east, central, west with 265, 200 and 265 in it, is that what you're saying? Is that what you're clearing?
If that's all included in that?
All right, yeah, it's not a lot of money, hey, so.
No, that's what I was saying.
Through the chair, so that's a road maintenance issue, that's not an intersection improvement issue. The intersection improvement program, which doesn't have very many visibility plans for Dargaville.
Yeah.
Because they are state highway upgrades, so we're asking what to take for funding for state highway intersection upgrades. As to a deal, as to address a program of work that was identified in Waka Kotahi Safety Audit of KDC, where they found a deficiency in line marking and sign consistency, where we have intersections on high-speed requirements first and foremost. That's what that program of work is.
What, through the mayor, would it also be correct to say that where roading directions have been changed and bad habits are forming, like islands to stop people cutting corners? I'll cut right to the chase. Liverpool, Logan Street intersection. I don't know how many close calls or how many nose to tails there have been there, but repetitively happening because people are cutting the corner. So would that include putting an island so that they can't cut the corner, or?
Effectively, that's what the program is for, is the traffic.
Excellent, thank you. That's not much money, is it? What's in there to do that?
You know, it's not, but the treatments aren't significant.
Okay.
They are violence. Moving of signage closer to the sides of the road, so there's a visibility on them. So, and improve line marking.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to go back to the roading list and my suggestion about debt. Well, firstly, there's the, I think I did mention in my email, which came through yesterday afternoon or whenever, the structure component replacements and bridge structure renewals sounds to me like things that would have a longer life than 10 years. And the actual dollar amounts are not insignificant, and maybe there's a case to be made for funding those by debt to keep the program operationally, I mean, in terms of continuity of the program going, as opposed to just chopping them or cutting them in half. And the other bits I think I did mention too was that where the intersection improvements, there's a couple of places that appears, I think, or for upgrades. Could we have some relevant crash statistics to guide us and what the priorities are there? So where there's been any either fatal or non-fatal injuries or accidents reported, that would determine the priority of the expenditure and then slice the total value of the numbers. So does that have merit? I just make a suggestion.
Just get on. I should have introduced Andy to you at the start.
This is the man without the beard.
That's right. Just in case you didn't recognise him.
Through the chair, bridges and structures, I'll answer that one first. We can't probably loan fund that because it's about repairing defects on bridges that are still within existing life cycle. So if we loan fund that, it offsets or creates a funding life cycle for that bespoke asset. As far as intersections, again, it's about what was identified by Waka Kotahi or by NZTA when they did the safety audit of KDC. So the crash data, I guess, is very relevant, but that's only as good as the data that's in the CAS system that NZTA and the police use. So that's only, we will only ever see the photos of the seven crashes. See minor incidents that occur.
But not reported.
So it's very hard to use that information unless you've got a crash history of like 10 or 12 crashes along the same location in a short time span. It's quite difficult to use that information to quantify a program. Actually, what we should, or the approach that the safety team has taken, is just one, identify all the intersections, and then to use the high speed environment first. So when we know we've got a high speed environment, there's a potential risk to an accident. So start at the top and work our way through. So that program of work is not just about this three. Spread it over time to make it affordable to the district, but it will likely continue for quite some time into the future to get that consistent traffic services on an intersection.
I thought it was worth a shot.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just going on this intersection upgrades again, and I go back to the original information, and basically the figures have been transferred over to the new schedule in October. But we've got two that are specific: Tara Road, Cove Road, Gabalino, and Gabalino, Kaiwaka, Mangawhai Road. Now, I think I raised them last time. They are pushed out already in the schedule to 2028, 29, and 29, 30. Now, I just question whether, and I guess we're starting to look down at dollars and cents about, what we can move. But that sort of timeline, both of these are related to the work that NZTA are going to do, or NTA tell us it's going to happen with that whole through road to State Highway 1 at Kaiwaka, using the Kaiwaka Mangawhai Road. So why would we leave those out that far, as far out as 2030, when presumably the work on that Mangawhai Kaiwaka Road will be done by that time?
Through the chair, so we are requesting NZTA to do that as part of the detour improvements that are happening now for the Brindlewood's closure. If they don't do it, then we have to have it in program to align with the other bits and pieces that we've got on the LTP now in future years for access to Mangawhai Central, etc. When we change the priorities of traffic on the western routes around Mangawhai.
Okay. Right, thank you. So if I may add another one and just supplementary, we had quite a significant amount of money in the previous report that I believe has been taken out, 21 odd million for the old Waipu Road work. That's been taken out because that would be left as a project for the developers.
So no, that's the 10-year and the 10-year plan.
Yep.
And part of it was already paid for by development contributions. So that was, money has been, there is money being collected on for the 20 million for work to be done. That was done at the last, put in the last LTP.
That was in the last, but there was $21 million included in your summary.
Yes, there was.
So that's gone. As far as LTP goes.
For 3 years, this is all we, it's not it wasn't in the 3 years. I think it was 2028 we had a downfall.
Yeah, okay, just outside. Okay, all right.
Through the chair, just with Andy, on this detour route, the question is the detour route to Papua Oakley is also being worked out. So why don't we look at widening of that route as well? Because for next 1 year, they will be using this route. I attended the meeting today, it's going to be closed in confidence very soon. And then you have the whole year of detour on Papua Oakley. So why don't we put something on NZTA 100% funding on that? I actually yelled at both the ministers in the meeting. So I think we should do something. It doesn't cost us anything, Mr. Mayor. So we should get $50 million for Papua Oakley widening.
I think NZTA has already set some money aside for that work.
No, only 4 million.
Not widening. For the chair,
Thank you, Jeff.
Good morning, everybody. So NZTA have funding about $10 million of retrospective maintenance relating to the last road closure and upgrades pertaining to the new potential road closure in the new year. So that was that program. We've also made an application to NZTA for a share of $100 million for a resilience project that we put together and asked the government during the storms and the blue books that Kelvin created. So that was a $100 million program. We put in I believe a share for about half of that to say, on top of everything else that we want to make these routes more sustainable for potential Brisbane closures so it doesn't impact the economy, because any future serious upgrade of Brisbane have been potential. What we're doing now. So the current plans are to do some upgrade works to the Brisbane in the new year to make it survive the next 10 years. But beyond that, we're hoping for the major bypass. So we've got about $10 million worth of work we've done for those diesel routes. Plus we'll put in for ABC $50 million west upgrade works for the Brisbane and other major works to make them more efficient.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Just quickly, we've just actually had a Brindurans update email come through, which is addressing some of the issues on Papara, Oakley, Cove Road, Tara and Garbalino Road. So we have just had that through.
Yeah, that was quick.
An update.
Carry onward.
Okay, so the last page has got district leadership capital, waste management capital or solid waste capital and land drainage. If there's any questions on those. So if there's not, what I've taken from this meeting is and I've let you know that insurance increases are still likely to be added. You've told me to put some rental income in for the Dargaville premises. You've told me to take out climate adaptation of 150K. You've said to relook at employee costs and see whether we could potentially reduce those. And also about getting a person to look at mares just in case and review the LMI boat costs.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you for
Yeah, finished.
Thank you, Sue.
Yeah.
As far as the Dargaville Township, I anticipate there's a possibility that we'll be able to reallocate the $1 million better off funding. We did think in the right way, but there's no guarantee that not reallocate, but actually use it in conjunction with the annex. But there is no necessarily a guarantee that we can, but I think it's possible we can. I just want to raise whether we can actually ensure that we have sufficient provision in the long-term plan and actually make it happen if we can't use that money, or to make it happen if we can use that money, and whether we actually get funded over 10 or 20 years or whatever the numbers come out at, and actually make sure we guarantee that we can get the young people fixed.
That's capital item, isn't it?
Yeah. So I just want to raise that, support for the idea. Then I think we should try and put that in the mix.
Yeah, I support that.
Well, and I think, if I may, Mr. Mayor, we'd already highlighted in the previous email that you sent out, get the annex done, so I think that we're going to find a way to do it.
We need to crunch some numbers to see how much we need, make provision for enough to make sure it does happen. And if we can actually use that better off funding, and if we don't have to use so much, pay it off quicker, whatever. Very good. That's just my thoughts.
So if I add my 2 cents to the chair, on that, we are also doing the community hub in the same place, isn't it? So we are talking just the annexie, or we are talking about the whole thing?
I'm talking about an annex.
Okay, I would not be in favor of debt funding, and we have plenty of money saving from staff or whatever. I would not like to pick on debt on something which is required 5 years ago. Thank you.
Councillor Lambeth, you have your hand up?
Yeah, we've got to establish, and consultation will only do this, what is acceptable to the whole district on the Dargaville Town Hall. It has to be done. And whether we fund that through debt or not, I think there'll be a proviso to the general public out there that we need to do it wisely and assure them that we're doing it wisely before they will accept any debt. But I'm pretty sure that the consultation process there'll be plenty of comments about that, and we'll get plenty of feedback from our ratepayers and our residents.
So Paniora?
What is the figure that we're putting in the consultation document? It's the preferred option.
That'll be for, I don't think there's any, I'm not sure, that's Ruby's area, and she's talking about consultation after this. The only thing I would like to ask is, at the very beginning, you said there was a whole lot of projects that we had missed out.
Yeah.
I don't want to get an email because it's actually got to come to everyone to agree whether I put more things in. So what are they, please, that you might want to share with?
Oh, I just want to put something, sorry, if I may start, Mr. Mayor. Is that I would like the little things happening in Dargaville, West Coast. So if we have a jetty in Kaiwak, I would like to have one which can connect Toka to the other side and save a lot of money for the people who travel. It won't cost much, maybe $500,000 or something. It's just the operating cost. We have one in Hokianga. So there's a lot of travel distance, maybe 40 kilometers. And there used to be a little jetty which you can take the car. So I would like to have explored that option, please. And I would like to beautify, just put 500,000 for that maybe. And then I would like to have things happening on our harbor as well. We don't need the car park, but I like to, I think there was a plan, as Councillor Paniora pointed out, to beautify, have a cafe, information center, all on that beautiful river walk or what we were planning. So a couple of 100,000 or whatever for that as well. Thank you.
So Howard.
Thank you. Just what's the project, Councillor?
So the project, one project is just a small jetty from connecting that, crossing this thing, which will save a lot to the people who are going to Portoside or wherever. And then the second one is the beautification or whatever you call of the riverside of Dargaville by having, well, just like viaduct in Auckland, you know, all those kind of things, you know, beautified cafe, information center, and yeah.
It was already a project of.
Yeah.
That was.
So I think these are very important, especially when we.
So it hasn't come through anywhere else. You want us to put 700,000 in funded by debt in.
Well.
And is everyone else happy with that?
Well, I'm very happy to have something happening there. So otherwise you start taking $20 from my salary towards the rest of my life, you know.
Have the Tuka Tavern where he's mentioning there's already infrastructure there, it would just require an upgrade.
Yeah.
That would link up the other side of the district.
Yeah.
Poto, Te Kopero.
And just, sorry, if you know, just let me finish. So thanks for that. Just adding from the same point, there was a project, I was speaking to a gentleman, he said there is a possibility to have from Northern Wairua to go to the freshwater. I mean, I'm not talking free water, but just a feasibility study to look at whereby we can Kahu River water and have factories going turbines and, for prosperity of, we want Kaipara the place to be. Nothing is happening there. So I would like to have something happening, recreation or whatever, on the Northern Wairau River patch. So just a feasibility study and not going further than that. Yeah. And maybe provincial growth fund later on when we have the project. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, so what this is quite difficult. I taking your feedback, Councillor Nair, but we're already looking at a considerable rate increase as it is. And it's going to be quite difficult to just pluck a figure out of the air for these things. So even a jetty, you just say allocate 500,000 to that. I mean, that's easy to say, difficult to do. At most, we could possibly put a sum aside to investigate the options you're raising. It all adds to a rates increase.
The PGF.
It's actually quite tough. Yes, and that's my last point, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. You're right. PGF 2.0 is going to be about infrastructure, and I feel that's what you're asking here. And we could be looking at options in that space as well. We just haven't got the criteria yet from central government about what that's going to look like.
Well, that's a good point. All I'm saying is put some money there so we know we need it. And then whether we get from PGF, I don't think we have to put debt funded later on. The projects have to be there. We are wasting our time. I mean, we can talk about a car park for $1 million without sweating an eyelid. And then all I'm trying to say, these ideas, I'm just giving you 3 ideas to explore and put in there. And I'm very, very offended actually when you say that we don't have the money and you have money for 10 different projects and you can't put it there. Honestly, let it be recorded. So
Just clarifying, I would have to put 200,000 in operational because it's all to do with scoping. Will be added to the operational budget.
Yes. We need project ready projects for this new funding. So it's investment to at least investigate different things. My ideas are that I would love to set some money aside to tidy up the town of Dargaville. So we've got eyesore of shops as soon as you come into Dargaville. They obviously don't have the money. There's no regulations that require them to put a water blast over everything. Can we please put some money aside for to actually work with all the shop owners to do some water blasting, a bit of painting, because you drive through town and it looks so run down and shabby, and we're talking about bringing people into the district. Well, that's part and parcel of it, making it look presentable to our visitors. I don't know how we do that exactly. I do echo Ash's sentiments around that. We do need to have a focus on our river and trying to bring that to life. Now, the third thing, and I don't know whether that's been investigated by the council, but there was actually some innovation and potential around actually extracting the water from the river and getting it to a drinkable standard. There are other areas in the world that do extract water from similar rivers and get it to a drinkable standard. That's something that could also be investigated.
Which river are you talking about?
Vital.
Look at
I mean, because we've got a lot of water there, don't we? And we've got a water issue. So there's new technology.
So I think through Mr. Mayor, I mean, I'm going to repeat the same thing we've said before about 3 waters and waters in this space.
We're going to need to anyway, regardless of what.
It's not going to be. It's currently not our responsibility at all.
I've got Councillor Lambert first. Hang on, I've got Councillor Lambert followed by Councillor Aaron Wilson Collins. You want to get your hand up? Yeah.
Right, okay. Just going on about the, just to clarify for Councillor Nair, Tataraki Naumai, there's a link there that used to transport all the milk from Podu to Ruai So that infrastructure's already there, probably whether it needs upgrading. We've got another one from Picatoke to south of that's one. Yes, and then we've got another one from Bradley's Landing to Koperoo. Those are all infrastructures which are already there, but have not been used for a long time, which may just need to be fixed up, and that's probably something which, yeah, that provincial growth fund. Just on councillor Paniora saying about Dargle Township, it's a huge comment. And when we have a look at it, one of the reasons why it looks so shabby is because the camber of the road and the curbs are too close to the facades and they're all getting smashed. And the shop owners are repetitively trying to fix them up, and then they're getting broken, and then they've got to go to insurance, it's traffic management plans. There is a risk there because they're falling down on the pedestrians and everything else. And that's, if those facades were cleaned up and the roads were clean, would make a heck of a lot of difference. So we're talking about intersection improvements and all that. I'm just wondering if we can extend the curb out a little bit, create a nice walkway through Dargle, and then when the shop owners fix up their facades, it'll look, they're going to do something which is not going to deteriorate backwards. I think there's an element of risk, and I think there's a roading issue. It's no good dumping it onto the individual owners, and that's one thing that I'd like to see really concentrated on through the township of Dargle. I'm wondering who's going to wear it, whether it's going to be in roading or whatever, or some beautification. I'm not too sure, but that's something which we probably need over there. But the rest is probably all covered off by what's already in there. A parking reconfiguration and something to look at it for Dargle. I know. It's just things aren't right there. There's no loading bays. There's no. Yeah, so it's just. Yeah, but that's it for me. Thanks.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm just getting a bit confused by the process here today. I mean, yeah, the projects that are being put forward this morning are absolutely valid, but I thought we were past the point of adding things into the LTP. Can I just get some guidance on what we're doing here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind. So, yeah, you're quite correct, Councillor. This is our last cut of the figures, and it's very difficult for us to put unscoped other projects in place. Very difficult right now, given where we are with the potential rates increase as well. There are some valid points that have been raised here that could be used for the PGF 2.0, for one of a better phrase, right? So these projects that have been thrown up here will probably be more, probably better in line with that fund once we know what that fund looks like. Councillor Lambeth, I take your point about like street cleaning and all that, so that's something we can look after under the maintenance at the moment. The cam of the road is an entirely different scenario, yeah, and there was a little bit of, I suppose, business responsibility for their assets too. So, I mean, there's a quid pro quo here. I haven't heard anything that we have enough information on to actually put in an LTP at the moment. But I am holding out a little bit of hope about the 2.0 and incorporating some projects in that space. So having your thoughts around that is great, and I think that's where we need to park some of this stuff. Just so you know, we are hoping to get a lot of direction out of here so we can then go and do the work over the Christmas recess period, bring it back to you in February. What we bring back to you is the final accounts and where we're at, because we're going to need to have a decision at the end of February, unless the government in between that time throws a cat amongst the pigeons and goes bang, bang, bang. But we got a plan for that. And so we will bring it back in the February council meeting is when you adopt the consultation document, the financials, and we start consulting in March. Okay, so it's pretty tight now, and we are at what is at quite the end of the process here, and the rates increase is relatively large right now.
Yeah.
Councillor Howard or Councillor Paniora?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Ash.
Well, look, I mean, all of this sets aside what Councillor Wilson Collins has just raised about not adding things. But I know, and I've heard members from the Warra area talking about this Dargaville beautification for some time. And I think that there's been enough voice that, you know, there is a need for something to be done. Now, whether it can be done, you know, the question is simple. Is a lot of this not included under our current maintenance agreements for parks and this sort of area? And if so, let's make it happen, you know, because there is an undoubted need. So let's just, we're hearing it's not necessarily adding things. There may be some elements that need to be done, but let's work and try to hear the voices on that. At the risk of being seen to adding something, which I'm not going to try, we raised in your email of December 6th, point G under walking and cycling connections, an issue of a pedestrian crossing from Sail Rock Drive across Molesworth. Now, this has actually come up through ratepayers concerned about what's going to happen. Well, the accessibility, because the footpath now on the left-hand side of Sail Rock finishes 20 metres before Molesworth Drive. There is no accessibility across the busy Molesworth Drive to get all of those residents who are walking across to go down the estuary or go down to Wood Street shops, but is going to be exacerbated because within the period of this next 3-year term, we're going to have midlife care there and operating. So I just would like to know, rather than adding something, has anything been considered when we've done the wonderful work of negotiating our, working through a resource consent, all the consents for midlife care, what was done about this sort of consideration? And is there anything in the plans? Otherwise, we do need to look at this in this 3-year period, I contend.
CEO Maris has got some points to make there. Or...
I might phone a friend on this one, Mr Mayor, as I'm not sure what we can say as far as the negotiations with midlife care.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But was so the question is, has something been considered for this? And we talk about, you know, I don't know. We raised early on with the meeting with midlife care. In fact, Councillor Withy, previous Councillor Withy raised it about what was going to happen at that intersection. The resource consent has been done. We have no exposure to it, all right? And so I'm asking the question, has there been any consideration? Because if not, there has to be.
I'm just thinking if Andy could answer that because he might know what's in the resource consent.
I haven't been very involved. Process is going on so long.
So that's great news. So can I ask specifically, will there be a consideration of a pedestrian access extending the left-hand side footpath down Sail Rock Drive across Molesworth Drive as part of those discussions? Okay.
Okay, we might bring it through.
There are also, if I can, sorry, there are also a number of other considerations that we're looking at with midlife care as far as stormwater and all that stuff too.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I would like it tabled then that I believe that given the imminent development of midlife care and the increased pedestrian traffic or stroller traffic or, you know, mobility machine traffic, there must be some consideration for a safe access from Salem Drive to the eastern side of Molesworth.
I do recall you raising it as well, councillor, and I have to put it through, so.
Thank you.
Point made.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got councillor Paniora, councillor Ash and councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Just wanted to say, besides the bare minimum in the Dargaville Town Hall, there's hardly anything in the 3-year plan for Dargaville. There's a few crumbs here and there. I don't know how we've got to this point in time where now we're sitting here and it's like, oh, we're too late to put anything in because we're at the end of the process. We started the process. Don't worry, we'll walk you through it. You know, there'll be these things here and you can provide some input. And now here we are providing the input and it's too little too late. So I just want to make it for the record, I haven't had any input into this whatsoever, into any of this long-term plan whatsoever. And I just want to put that on the record because this is either the previous councillors or the council staff themselves that have come up with this, and everything's been basically shut down that has been included, well, trying to include it in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I have to agree with what Councillor Paniora said and also with our friend, Mr. Howard. I think with due respect to Councillor Wilson, the processes are there, especially for the new one. We want to have some results out of those consultants, not just the processes is delivering nothing. So we are a new council, we want to actually, and I actually just want to make a comment. Awanui is the place, it is up north, has been rated as the most beautiful town in New Zealand. Why? Because somebody took the responsibility and did it. I am gonna connect with them and say how we can do Dargaville there. So also in the same breath, somebody said 1 billion or 1.5 billion coming soon. Do we have the projects? No. So somebody else will have the money. So we should be ready with a lot of projects. And thank you for that, Mr. Howard. This is our opportunity to make the mark and have some projects. And with due respect to you, we may be late, but if we can put some kind of thoughts that these are our projects, maybe we'll get the money when Mr. Shane Jones come here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you very much. So I'm just listening to what CE Maris has just been telling us about from what I hear, we're still looking at quite a large rates increase. Is that correct?
Yes, 8.4 million. I've been told to put some more items in and take a couple of small items out and relook at employee costs.
Okay, so I'm just looking at attachment A to the financial figures again, and so I've specifically looked at how they're being financed, and it looks to me like the roading is the biggest impact on rates. Is that correct?
Immediate effect, yes, because each year automatically taking it out of rates, because we've increased that 20%, because the impact, we want there to be an impact on our roads, an improvement.
No, I realise that. That's what we're trying to achieve. I guess I'm trying to look very high level rather than looking at individual line items, because a lot of line items aren't actually worth much necessarily on their own. But I guess for me, when I look at these lists, if it's not renewals or replacements, I just don't know if we can afford it at the moment. I think you know, we've got to be realistic that we have had a couple of significant weather events that we're clawing our back way from at the moment, as well as increased inflation. And I mean, look, I want to give the community everything they want, but the community just won't be able to afford it. So I just wonder if we need to be quite realistic, unfortunately. And look, I feel the frustration of the elected members that they don't feel that they've had any contribution to this. And I've been through this process before, and that's how you end up feeling, because the reality is that council is it's a long-term organisation. It's not just about what has been consulted on just recently. every time we do an LTP cycle, everything that the community has asked for comes forward to find out what is palatable, what is doable. And unfortunately, yeah, this time around with all these things are stacked on top of each other, inflation and cyclones and all of that, we now have a really hard job of trying to actually trim what we can actually affordably provide.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just jump in just for a tick too, and I just want to say, yep, thank you for your comments, Councillor Wilson Collins. It's very valid. It's been a long process, the LTP. We've come to you many, many times over many number of months. So it's probably hard to remember all that we've done and all that we've talked about. Back in March, we asked elected members for their feedback on projects to include. Back in March this year. It's a long time ago, I know, as well. But it's easy to forget such a long process as this. So we have given the opportunity previously, but I accept that it was such a long time ago. You may not recall it, and that's fine. But you know, at the end of the day, we have to all work together to try and make sure we have a rates increase that is affordable for our community, reflect your priorities over the next 3 years. And remember, it is about recovery. So it is about roading and it is about parks at the moment as well. And that's your key focus areas. And we just need to try and nut down and get that increase as low as possible in what is a difficult economic and inflationary environment. And you're seeing councils across New Zealand struggling with this. You're no different. Everybody's struggling with it. And they're talking between 15 and 20% rates increases. And it's, how hard is that in an economic climate where we have people struggling to pay bills? So I leave it with you because we are looking still, as Sue said, at an $8 million increase at the moment, which is.
Let's break for lunch and continue the conversation up.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll come back at 1:30, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
1:30, Councillor Wilson Collins.
Okay, let's reconvene after lunch, Monday, 11th of December. Continuation, Sue, with your LTP financial figures.
Okay, so what you've given me is we're basically a few things up and down, and we've got lots we can look at, but I was just going to bring you back to what's actually feasible, because initially I think you said 12% was the maximum, but when you look at the general rates, this base is very small. So, you know, 12% on that, well, 10%'s only 2.97 million.
Where are we now?
Okay, so page 2, sorry. Page 2 on the top of the roll, where you're looking at the general rates and the second figures, where you're comparing the 29 million moving up to the 38 million, which is how I got the 8.4 million difference. So if you want to make that difference, initially last week, I think you walked away thinking I magically do all these things that you wanted on roading and that we need on roading, need on our roads, and come up between 7 and 12. That's not going to happen. So that's why I've shown you the sample properties, because when you look at that, it may not sound as bad as the percentages that you're actually. So thinking we need some direction. And
can I interrupt here? I want to reduce the spend down, of course. So this is about recovery, right? So I think we need to go to roading and parks, and we need to get rid of a whole lot of other stuff and push it out.
Or push it out, yeah.
Because otherwise we're going to too much for our ratepayers.
Can I just say, unless it's really, really vitally important that we do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a sobering experience to go through this today and realise that you can't have what you want necessarily, because it's just.
Can I just, if we are going to do that, what I suggest is we create an environment where we're promoting the seeking of external funding amongst our residents and of our community groups. You know, and really encourage that as much as they possibly can.
so I'm thinking you haven't really given me direction because of the fact that the capital projects, they won't impact on us till in a much longer period you recoup that. You're really looking at the operating again, and we have some contracts in place that we can't get out of.
Okay, or can you just wait for Sue to finish?
So
And you can go.
waste, that might mean we're pushing that program for waste out further if we're reducing something there. You don't want to reduce roading and you don't want to reduce parks. But yeah, you're right. There is quite a list on the, even that on page 3, I think it was, where yeah, on page 4, sorry, there's some other items in there we could look at taking out us. And you might get, if, you know, we could look at getting, knocking another $1.5 million off as proposed by Councillor Howard off the rates. That would get you down to 6.9 million.
Yeah.
Still mean, yeah, and which would then be better on a per weekly basis for everyone.
Yeah, through the chair, can I suggest? Oh, yeah, question.
Councillor Perry, or then a couple of Councillor Ash.
Thank you, sir. I'm just looking at the $8.4 million increase, which equates to, did you just say 25%?
30 something.
30% rates increase. So here in activity costs, open spaces and facilities, I'm going to bring it up again, as the pensioner housing and Mangawhai currently sitting at 1.5 million. And these figures, which we already know is going to double. And that's from debt. I'm totally against the Whitehall ward contributing to it through general rates unless it's a targeted rate. So that's going to jump up to 10 million based on what we know from reports that we've had in OPEX.
No, it's in the capital, so it's not in, it won't jump up in the.
It's an activity cost, open spaces and facilities.
Yes, it is. That's capital expenditure. So what happens is the cost of the interest and the debt repayment will be over, I think 20 years might be the standard. And so we collect that back through general rates. And that's been the proposal to date.
just suggested for the town hall, though.
Yes. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, so that sort of balance.
But is that absolutely necessary when it's just healthy home upgrades that are required and not?
Oh, look, we've been through this at workshops and you continue using the 90 million lower figure, but we made the decision because we knew we'd end up spending as much, if not more, providing new houses. And we made a decision of council and that was done.
Am I allowed to respond to that?
You can respond if you like.
Thank you. There's a new decision coming back to council with a 50% increase in the original figure, so I don't know why you're looking like that. Is it not sitting under 3 million? The new paper?
That was included in the decision.
Yeah, so it's jumping up by,
That was included in the decision. Minus that, the John's getting that.
to come back to council for an increase in budget, then if what you're telling me is that it's already been agreed.
It was 1,500, now it's to 2.8, right? Okay.
Councillor Howard, I was Councillor Ash, followed by Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, look, this, you're right. This pensioner housing has been a source of angst for a long time. It has always been out there. There is 1.5 million already allocated, and there is 1.5, as we were told last week, in this year's budget. That's what it is, all capital. But actually, very conveniently, it's been forgotten that what we have is a need to look after our people, and we've got assets that will be there that will give us a return ultimately down the track. Right? So that's where there is a benefit. And absolutely.
Hang on, he's speaking, please.
There's a benefit in this process that actually for our elderly people and will provide a financial return for.
Thank you. Councillor Nair. Hang on, Councillor Nair. No, you're not going to respond yet. Councillor Nair, you're next.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I see that 1.5, is the additional 1.5 in the budget here, or is it the previous one?
No, there's 1.5 million in the budget for this year to be spent, and then another 1.5 in next year.
I don't see it here. That's why I was trying to.
Because it's actually forward.
Oh, no, okay. All right. So what I was thinking, agreeing with Mr. Mayor, that we have to take out some items. And I think I was looking at the roading part and unsealed road matting. I mean, the funded one, I think we should try to do it because our contribution is 38%. But when you are looking some item which is unfunded, maybe we can reduce it a bit. There is, I think you listed somewhere, 2 million, it could be 1 million down to, is it possible?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the funded, unfunded roading.
So most of it's funded. The only part that isn't is really the Lawrence Kane.
Third item it was in the roading system. I lost the bloody chart. Sorry. Yeah, so capital expenditure roading renewals, 11 million, 14 million, 16 million, okay? And you don't want to reduce it anyway, little bit, but then you have subsidized one, 9 million, 11 million, 11 million. These are the big figures, right? So and then you have unsubsidized, 2 million, 1 million, 700. That is totally on the rate, 3.7. So, I mean, we can look at, and similarly with the capital waste open spaces, there might be some 1 million to be, because they are high figure, 21 million on parks and open spaces. So there got to be some item you can literally take off 4 or 5 million off and then give us the relief, isn't it?
That provides relief in the future years, you know, because the interest and the debt repayments, but that's a good suggestion to relook at that again.
Thank you.
And push things out, but then when I push things out, you say, where is it gone?
No, 3 years later, you can do it, yeah.
Yeah, but the operating is where I'm really looking at, I need relief.
Did you have a question there, Councillor Paniora?
So just trying to think about it now. There were two things. The first was, yes, we need to look after our community members, but they all said they didn't want to move them. They were happy with upgrades. That's the first thing.
Like-
Second, I wasn't allowed, excuse me.
Keep going over old ground. It's a decision of council, right? We've made that.
Wait, don't interrupt, please.
I'm the chair and I will interrupt if I'm required to.
Please so. And then the second point that I wanted to make, yes, it's an investment in infrastructure, but where are the assets going? So if the Wairoa ward is paying a general rate towards them, and then where are the dwellings going after that? Is Mangawhai going to keep them, or will they be reallocated to Dargaville, or is there?
So that's.
It's not necessarily.
Because the people are going to live longer there, but what it has done is freed up Fagan Place, which is a hugely valuable property. And I would think that once we get an economic development person on board, they might be looking at what do we use that land for, or is it sold? And if it was sold, then it goes into the general pot.
So the council, when they agreed to that process, agreed that we'd do a master plan at the same time. And so we need to get on and do that. So then you guys have more of an idea of what you'd like to do with that land and what it could be used for.
Yeah, councillor Lambeth.
So those units that we're possibly looking at are transportable, so they can actually be moved again.
Correct.
So if there was a need in Ruawai or Mangaroto or Dargaville or more pensioner units, we could actually move them around.
Well,
Just 30 metres to the left.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I will say
So those decisions haven't been made. You've made one decision where you're enacting it.
There is a process, isn't there, Mr Mayor, for revisiting a decision of council in standing orders?
Well, we're going to go through that again and we'll still get the same vote. We're welcome to it. But, you know, you have to make that
Would be an assumption.
Sorry,
Is it like standing orders do provide
notice
a mechanism for doing that rather than just raising the same issue over and again in a forum where it's not going to produce a result?
Yeah.
Well, now that we know what they want, which is not.
Oh, listen, this petty sniping, please stop it. We're not making it of you. Stop making it of us. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Your Worship. What I'd like to propose, so we can get through today, could we agree to not continue to talk repeatedly about the Three Waters situation and not talk about decisions of council that have already been made and you just want to bring them back? Do that, we might be able to deal with what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Good advice. Carry on.
We were talking roading. That is not Three Waters. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I suppose I'm focusing on the capital works. I'd just like to get clarification from Sue before I test the others' thoughts. Looking at, like, roading's obviously the biggest ticket item and attachment A. And I'm wondering whether if we were to get quite savage with the red pen and where it says improving or adding or upgrading, that we put a line through it. So that we're just left with about the first half dozen. So we're doing resurfacing, renewals, sealed road drainage rehabilitation, then structures component replacements, structures renewals, traffic services renewals, footpath renewal. Then when it says improving high-risk rural roads, improving high-risk rural sections, traffic calming improvements, associate improvements, walking and cycling improvements, intersection upgrades.
That would be helpful. I mean, if you want to go through and look at those, because there's quite a high percentage of that is going against the rates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, if you start from improving high-risk rural roads.
I mean, it's not pretty, but I just thought, well, there's a blunt tool. Right?
What, 50% off yours, basically?
Wow.
Section upgrades.
Can I have councillor Erin Wilson-Collins followed by councillor Lambeth?
Thanks. No, I just want to say that I agree with what councillor Vincent's saying there. It's basically what I tried to allude to before the break.
Perhaps that's where I got the inspiration from.
And
Councillor Lambeth.
Exactly the same thing, unless there's an obvious sign of crashes and accidents happening.
Yeah, in present day.
The different to the intersection upgrades, that might have something to do with safety, but the other ones are just, I'm in the same line as.
Councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I actually don't like the word, don't mean it, but when it says road safety and all those kind of things, just like climate. But if you add up those figures, and you'll be surprised how much money we are looking at that, is 5 million in one line, that is east, central, and west. All of them should go.
Upgrades.
Or maybe reduced by a substantial amount. So I think they're very high amount in millions on road safety and urbanization. Just bring it to, I would say 70% down. So 30%, just leave 30% there. Are you okay with that, sir?
I haven't had a good look at those figures, but.
Road safety and urbanization. There are.
Catchment, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Lambeth.
Just a supplementary to that, a lot of the roading stuff we're not getting done anyway, are we? We're miles behind.
Yeah.
So, you know, really, I'm just wondering with.
Just one item.
We work out our priorities, and if they're the lower priority, maybe we pump them out of, but and get the stuff that needs doing now. Yeah. This one.
So we can talk to the NTA and look at that.
Yeah.
See what.
And perhaps rather than drop them off, just push them sideways.
That's all. Exactly.
Yeah.
There might be some unforeseen issues with that, but we'll work it through. It's good feedback.
I think it's something we can, I think we're at the point of making some hard decisions.
Yep.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Where it says healthy school travel and traffic demand management improvements, is that the speed reduction work around schools, or is that something else?
Need to come back to that. It might be just crossings and signs.
I'm just.
Let another one too. Yeah.
Yeah. Is this better, Mr. Maris?
Good. Fine now.
I think it's done. 10 million.
Smiling.
10 million down. Okay, just, sorry.
Still got this surf club beach access in there at 600. I mean, why do we need that?
Take that out.
We already said take that out.
Yeah, take it out.
Push it out, and I think you do need, possibly do need.
I know you pushed it out, but I don't actually see the need for it.
You don't need it.
Bunch of volunteers can do that, guys. And they will.
100.
It's over 1% on the roads.
No, it's not for parks. It's dramatic. It's funded, probably by debt, so.
So 6%.
Through the chair, can I suggest something? So what I'm thinking about is, you made a good point. So can we look at setting aside money for supply thing, 50,000, we don't have to do this. All those safety things, can we give to community charitable organizations and out of it, and we have done the bit. Is it possible?
You talk about community groups here.
Yeah, with the safety on the beaches and all those, I mean, rather than we spending millions trying to progress things on safety at various places, can't we just look at, let the locals and give them whatever money, little bit of money?
Certainly scope for that sort of thing in my.
We'll look at it later, it's not for today.
Like if I look at the gum diggers track here, I don't know whether that's still in there. Is it, we take that out?
In fact, if we don't do it in a certain timetable, we lose that resource consent.
For the GDO.
Yes. That's why it's been.
But we could build the jetty in a short path to.
That's right.
Yeah.
Do that.
We start, yeah.
Excellent.
And could we?
Still got the jetty, by the way, it's sitting down in front of my place, ready to float up there.
Could we not have it done by the likes of trackies, as we've talked about?
They want to do it, actually.
And the lesser.
They've told me they'd like to do it.
So do we need to leave 700,000 in there for gum diggers track?
Yeah.
Could that be done for 350?
Yeah. Good point, Howard.
For instance.
Oh, we're getting into it now.
I think we'll have to give a rate rebate now rather than rate.
I mean, as community leaders, you know, for example, at the pub down here every Sunday, I think it's been taken over by Rotary, they have a community clean-up every Sunday.
Every month, once a month.
Once, because you participate in it, didn't you? But the way things are economically, no matter what we do here, communities are going to have to work in their groups, you know. And actually, in some ways, it makes them community stronger because they work together rather than rely on the council of urban for them. So there's lots of avenues, I think, for that sort of approach, you know. Anyway, sorry, I digress a bit.
Yeah, we'll look to pushing out the improvements and just keeping the renewals.
Yeah. So that's.
That should be.
Where we can.
Where are we sitting with that, Sue?
Where are they?
I don't know, I'm not doing the calculation, I can't.
I can tell you now,
That's right.
no increase. It's 10 million down.
So Lambeth,
Yes, just to, I believe we covered this off before, but I don't know, we're going down to the waste management. So we've got transfer stations.
No, okay.
We've got the transfer station and then we've got the transfer station development and also the recycle bins purchase. Are these able to, the transfer stations are one to be traded off, is it or is it both them? Both them?
One's land and one's setting it up.
Sorry?
One is land purchase,
Yeah.
the other one is setting it up.
Okay, so if we purchase the land where it already is, we wouldn't need that second one and setting it up. Am I correct there or?
Yep, potentially.
So it is an and or?
So no, they'd need to do,
Okay, sorry.
the Hakaru is pretty inefficient. I mean, and it's not like Darwin, it hasn't been set up properly.
Right.
It hasn't even got any covered area.
Okay, that was just to clear that up. There was and the other one is the recycling bins purchase. Can that be put out another year or what? Or is it really important to put in or?
What was that,
The 720
it's on a national budget.
is the national policy for.
Yeah, Helen will follow you on that.
The recycling bins are timed as per the waste management and minimisation plan that you adopted last week. Okay, or 10 days ago. So they could be pushed out. We would still meet our requirements under the New Zealand Waste Strategy. They could go out one more year.
Well, let's do it. Go on.
Deferred.
So Howard,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just further question on this landfill. Are we, as I understand, we're going to go back and talk to the current operators and about continuing there and the landowner about staying there? And therefore developing that. So we could well be seeing $2 million go out of this whole equation if we don't have to buy the land.
We're going to fix it up.
Land.
Land off there.
Well, so the current operator leases the land? I guess the question is, the owner of the land wants us.
By 2026, we have to either buy it or.
We have, okay.
We can defer it then, if we've still got 3 years left on the lease. We can use the next year negotiating on
It's in the LTP cycle though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's in the LTP side.
Yes.
You could only put it back, well, a year really, but that's it. Okay, so there is no way out either way, you know. We're either going to have to set something else up new ourselves or buy that land and then develop.
Yeah, and depending on how much we buy the land for. That 1.5, some of it may be needed, some of it may not be. If we stay where we are, again, you know, there's some improvements with what can we do with that 2 million and how much we purchase, but it's still up for discussion.
Yep, and so where the option was put this morning is that, you know, maybe Lincoln Downs, but there's still significant costs involved in.
Then you would only need.
Well,
Only two,
you've got the
one.
one of the two, plus roading as suggested, etc.
Okay, councillor Vincent.
I just had a thought. So just brace yourselves. But, so what if there, and I have walked over the property many years ago, but at the Lincoln Downs property, there's, I think, to advance the cause of the tracks and so on and the downhill tracks and stuff, that should be formally created as a reserve to attract the right sort of funding and so on. In that same, and that'll require a surveyor. So what about doing, it didn't conflict with its continued use for a terminal point for effluent disposal. We are able to cut off a lot or two for sale of the balance of the property. I'm not too sure if it bounds Wonderview Lane or wherever, that there might be some elevated views to be had of the sewage pond. But I mean, there might be some capital to be harvested from that property while it still maintains its function as a effluent disposal site as well as a reserve. And then that'd be extra cash introduced to the system. I suppose that would be for reducing debt, say to fund the upgrading or purchase and upgrading of the current transfer station in Whakamanawai Road.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So if we reduce the footprint of Browns Road Farm, Lincoln Downs, we need an alternative disposal.
No, I'd say if it didn't conflict with that, but I wouldn't have thought that the lie of the land wouldn't lend itself all to be, like you can't use all of it for surface irrigation.
Yeah, no, correct. But what I was going to say is that if Three Waters didn't happen, would need to fund the golf course. So, you know, and that would probably be potentially the sale of the land would need to fund.
Yeah, well, that will be to a good purpose back into the council's finances. So anyway, so that's just a thought for the day. For another time probably, but I just thought, well, throw it out there.
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just sorry to go back. I know everybody likes to move on. We've got the waste management. Just going back to open spaces, the Build-A-Dale Library Hub, 1 million. And then there's further down, there's a Overall Hall annex replacement facilities of 400,000. Surely that can be timed better so they're all done as one, and just a thought. And the other thing is the pensioner housing heat pump installation. Is that for the units up at Dargwall?
Yes, it is.
Cool, thank you. Clears that up. So that'd be 10 units, would it, for $7,500 each, probably?
Yeah, probably that, maybe.
So that annex replacement facilities, does anybody know anything about that, or?
My understanding is 400,000 is for releveling the concrete, to have a flat concrete, so where the annex was, there'd be a new base there, and for potential for a kiosk maybe for the cinema. It's not to rebuild.
Okay, so. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going back to the suggestions that were made on this attachment A, the roading, I've just done a quick calculation that on those points of intersection upgrades and the improvements is 5.28 million in currently scheduled for 2025. Now, going on the discussion about pushing out and reducing, would it be possible to either push all of that out to start in 2026 at a reduced rate, say 60%, and then just slowly, and then to 70% the year after, And so, not only are you pushing it out, it's still being retained effectively, but will grow into it, and still save best part of 5 million in an immediate sense.
So we'll look at that with the roading people, I think, because we're not qualified.
I don't know whether it's feasible to totally move it all out, but even if it was done, or key elements were done at a 50% basis in 2025 and balance pushed out. But, you know, it's interesting, there's 5.4 million, or just on 5.5 million there for 2026. So, you know, there is a bit of legroom.
So like Sue said, we'll talk to our rating guys. There might be sort of things that we don't know about that we need to investigate, but we'll get other options about whether or not we can reduce it, push it out, all that sort of stuff, just recognising that it's subsidised as well. So.
And the other point I'd make also is that, are we deluding ourselves a little bit? We've gone through and enthusiastically cut out some elements out of open spaces. I'm reminded that, you know, parks and open spaces and facilities are going to be our number 2 priority. And all of these, except for the Pine Beach Evolution Block, through financial contribution reserves. So effectively, I think, it's only a 6% cost to the ratepayer. So we're not, you know, we've got some opportunities to get some things happening that the ratepayers can see for the smallest possible cost we could have. I think that the biggest effect will be that we lose our liquidity through our term deposits, our current fund. That's what happens. That's where that money will go. So that's the downside. But I think that with such a small effect on the rates, we might be deluding ourselves as to the real benefit.
Yes, you're correct. We're better to concentrate on the 2.4 million of operating activity costs.
Councillor Lambert.
Roading.
Yeah, just to carry on from what Howard was talking about. We are looking at a 3-year. So if we push something up year 1, year 3, it actually makes no effect. Eroding, because we're not getting it done, there's probably no point, you know, loading it up to the end. We're not actually getting it done. Am I correct? We're looking at 3-year.
Yes, we are.
And our rate increases calculated over that 3-year period.
No, the rate increase for the 30.
Okay.
About 30%, and then on top of that, you look at the difference between the general rate. So even going from 42 million or nearly 43 million in year 3, and year 2, you're looking at $5 million increase. And after that, only $3 million increase.
My views are that there's been such dramatic increases in infrastructure costs in this last year. The more we can push out, but we've still got our team working as efficiently as possible, the better, because things will settle down, I believe. But that's just my thought.
Yeah.
Councillor Nair.
Just following on, there are some essential items, as I said. I don't know whether we did anything to that, but Harding Park, Mr. Lambert, the chair, toilet replacement has been pushed back to 26, and I would like it to bring back forward, if possible, because it is also saying it's debt funding or whatever, debt bridging, whatever the word is. I don't know what's the difference. But in saying that, it's depreciation from the depreciation reserve, right? So it is part of, it doesn't matter whether it's come forward or backward. It is covered.
Does it fund?
Yeah, so.
Got any money left in the depreciation reserve?
Can you please move it to?
So what you asked me to do, you keep asking me to bring things forward, take things out.
No, I already said this.
Particular one, yes. No, that was memorial. That was the.
My question was, what did we take out? So I'm not sure. I did not touch the parking reserve. I'm not sure which one is taken out. Yeah. Can I have?
I don't think we took out anything in parks.
But Mr. Howard mentioned, that's what I'm asking. All good. Thank you.
No, so there's nothing in open spaces and reserves that we've taken out. We didn't change anything.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we want to have a conversation around the associated improvements, $2 million every year for the next 3 years. It is the start of resealing Molesworth Drive with asphalt is what the ETA are proposing from to asphalt. So that's a decision that council may not.
What's the alternative?
No,
What's the alternative? Just maintain what's there?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So they've got 2 million in there, right?
So it's 6 million.
For asphalt. So what year is that? I'm not looking.
Starts in year 1, 25 right through to.
Well, let's push that out.
Push that out, yeah, I'm saying that.
A year.
But
2 million a year.
push as far as 3 years.
Here's my thinking. Going to be building the next part of the path, which is externally funded, right? And so there's going to be roadworks going on up and down there for the next 2 years. How would we put expensive asphalt down when we can maintain it at a very low cost and then look at what we need to do after? I hate this business where you cut a road up after you've already built it. Push that out, I reckon. Agreed?
Agree, good point. That's very technical though.
Not really is.
You should see how many times I've done the same concrete job 3 or 4 times in the past. I tell you. I'm not blaming councils for those things happening, but quite often.
Done it right the first time, wouldn't it?
That's good. Well,
The advantage if you could do it the second time first.
Okay.
So that must have taken a while.
I think that's good enough.
well, yeah, because
Yeah.
We got tough in the end, didn't we?
Okay, walking and cycling is the other one, improvements including new footpaths, accessibility. Or do you want to keep that in?
No, I mean.
No, take.
Isn't it? It's what we're needing over.
No, it's new footpath does not suggest maintenance.
So that's why, what I'm saying, take it out.
Take it out, yeah. Thank
Hang
you.
on.
Whereabouts is that, Karen? What's the part of the attachments there?
Yes.
So now,
Where's that one, Sue? Just
Just below the 2 million.
Yeah, below the 2 million,
850, 1485.
385 and
It's
7.
about 3 million in all.
Past accessibility improvements.
that's
crossing
part of what I've
upgrades.
suggested is taking a portion of that.
Yeah.
And if you want to leave it 25, say 50% of it, and then just, yeah. You know, I think it's important to keep something going with footpaths. We desperately need to work on our footpaths. So, but to throw it all out, I think is.
Is that coming out of OPEX operations though?
No, it's subsidized. I think we leave it.
It's subsidised, yeah.
Capital.
It's capital, but it's subsidised 62%.
Yeah.
Leave this, I think. Yeah, thank you.
So that 850 is our share or the total?
No, it's the total.
It is a total. So our cost is only about 270 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got to show the whole cost.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That gives us some, but you're still, potentially, you're not going to come down to 12%. It is going to be nearer than 20%. Then, but you've got to look at it at dollars. I'll produce new dollars for you.
Even knocked off 20 million so far.
Hang on, just have it in order, right? Councillor Penny, we're at a hand up. Councillor Ash.
So just refresh our memories on how this intersects with the revaluations, because I keep getting it in my head that this is going to go up and then the rates are going to partially go up because of the increase in the value. So can you just refresh me on how that?
The revaluations are going to take effect from the 1st of July next year. We don't know what's happened and haven't been given any hints until obviously January, when you're meeting with the QV at that time. And soon after that, they will release all the new property valuations. So in the past, what's happened is that Mangawhai properties have tended to rise more than Dargaville properties. So that means that Mangawhai properties pay far more of the rates.
Yeah. So, and then they're going to get this percentage increase dumped on them as well. So
and then
be so mindful of the numbers we need to account for percentages on top of that, or
Valuation can have some quirky results. There's been a rapid increase 3 year period. Sometimes other areas can catch up, or if the dairy farmers have a record payout or whatever, it's all those sort of factors come in to, there's a regular rebalancing, and you don't know from one revaluation to the next just how things are going to go. But the trend is, generally speaking, now I think that the properties values have risen more in the east and the west. So you would expect a greater percentage increase.
Yes, so there'll be more, but that's what why we're looking at targeted rates, because the more targeted rates you have, the more equalised it becomes. So they're not affected by the valuations, because you're getting charged.
In the same area.
You're getting charged one rate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's me.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So, no, I agree. The targeted rate is a good way to go, but it'll probably take time. Can I suggest something? I think we have done some work, and while you may be surprised when you look at the final figure, and you send us an email, and then if there's something more to be taken off, we can suggest, right? Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we really are at the end here. With a lot of work that the team have to push through to bring back to you in the start of February, which is the confirmed figure. And then we have to get you to decide the financials in February at the meeting.
Yep.
There's no other opportunity at the moment for us to bring anything back to you.
you know, what he means is, because we haven't had a
Update.
update.
Take it out.
We've taken out, can we get a update on what we've just agreed to take out?
Yeah.
And then have a look, because we've been doing this all blind. We've been,
I think you will be surprised. It might be very, very reasonable rate increase. Looking at this number based on whatever little I have in my head, but just send an email to me later. Yeah.
Don't forget, and if I can just say with the road in, you know, if you take out $1 million, it's bringing only 380,000.
I know that. We knocked out 20 million, is 7 million gone. Anyway, that's not, unless you want me to work more on it. I'm thinking, have a breather, and then send a message. If you're not happy, we can knock.
good hard look at the debt ones.
Yeah.
Is a really good starting point.
Yeah.
That's contributing 100% of the increase to.
Okay, councillor Lambert.
One little question, if we fund some of these things by debt, that'll reduce our rate increase, won't it?
So you're talking about operating expenses?
Oh, no, you should never fund operating expenses from debt, but some.
Councils have.
Oh, no. Okay. But if we fund some of those capital projects by debt, we're actually panning out that rate increase over a long, am I correct there?
Yes, you are, but really the ones you're talking about is roading, which one of the reasons why we fund it by rates rather than debt. Basically, all you're doing is looking after the roads for like 13 years, because every 13 years it needs fixed again.
Yes.
So to get benefit the first few years, once you get to the 13 years, you've got a hell of a lot of debt being repaid on top of your operating, on top of the costs. Yeah. Okay, so you've given me some guidance. We may have to come back in January if that's when you want to discuss it. We'll see what happens when we come out with something, because that might be, in order to meet the time frame when we might have to have a short discussion.
Yeah, so I think that's a good idea, Sue. I mean, with the will of the council, right? So we've got the revaluation conversation with QV, I think scheduled for 24th of January. I know it's about a week and a half, 2 weeks ahead of the briefing schedule, but are we okay to put a paper on that agenda?
Yeah.
To give you an update where we're up to some of the financials, is that right? And we can just lengthen it out?
See what we're hitting our rate pay in the pocket by as an overall picture, not what's going in increase.
So we can reflect this conversation and what you guys have told, the direction you've given us today, and bring a paper back to that. We'll extend it out. We'll do it online because I know everybody's going to be all over the show. I think it might be easier. But we do a paper on where we are with our financials as well as that.
That's fine. We can show people where we are, but we're best to put it through a meeting because emails that everyone has a different opinion, so many different matters, and look, it's confusing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sue. Yep, so we've got, Ruby.
Oh, more.
Mitchell,
Yeah, I got a good.
Thursday, but it's Monday.
1.5 hours late.
So Mayor said it's half an hour, a haircut.
You catching a plane, eh? Yeah.
Start off, Ash.
Shall I, is it something I can contribute? What is it?
It's the consultation document.
Okay, good afternoon. So in the last update to council, we presented a number of high-level topics that were expected to form the basis of the community consultation, March 2024. So in attachment A of the report that you've received today is an early first draft of the consultation questions relating to those topics for feedback. There's a couple of caveats that come with this. So number one is that the draft of the consultation questions, they're based on the early first draft of the financials that you received. Had through conversations since these have been formed. You had the meeting last Wednesday and then you've just had another conversation today. So the document that you've got in attachment A does not reflect the latest financials that you're discussing at the moment. Number two is that this is the first time that you will actually get the questions draft review. So remembering that in February for the briefing, you'll get them back again for further direction before we actually come to the council meeting for adoption at the end of February. And then the last one, I guess, is that the basis of the consultation document must clearly state the effects of the severe weather event, and it also must state the resulting issues. So what you've got in front of you at the moment is just the draft questions. It doesn't contain the other information that will be in the consultation document.
Well, can I have a question from Councillor Wilson Collins up there?
Thank you. Hey, Ruby, I just, oh dear. No, sorry, just trying to use one tablet to do everything. So I was just wondering, I just heard what you said then about there'll be more information. Will that information include some more specifics on the impacts to rates that the decisions make? As I was reading through all the different questions, I just wasn't sure if it provides enough information for people to make a decision. Like the appetite might be lower if it's a bigger rates increase, but if it's a smaller rates increase, they might say, okay, but if they only read that it's a rates increase, are they going to be able to make a decision on that?
Yeah, so through the chair, thanks for that question, Councillor Wilson Collins. Absolutely, that this, again, just to reiterate, this is a starting point for those questions. So there is definitely more information, including the model for the rates impact that will come. Yeah, there's in the last consultation document for the last LTP, you may remember that there was specifics around what the rating impact was, right down to the dollars.
Yes. Yes.
And we also had information like the sample properties, for example, as well. So that will all be included in the consultation document, and I hope to bring all of that stuff to you in February for the briefing.
Okay, great. I have a few more minor questions. Under the community hubs, it said options 1, 2, and 4. I didn't know if that was just a typo or if there is an option 3 that got missed out.
Might be a typo.
Yeah. And under the community hubs, I was comparing the options that are getting consulted on what Dargaville and Mangawhai needs. Dargaville had space to support civil defence, but Mangawhai didn't. Is that correct?
Sorry, is that in the question? That's in the second question for the community hub. So you're talking about the options that we're, ticking all that apply for people that may be interested. So I think Sue spoke about it in the last paper about the separation between the civic facilities and Mangawhai. So that would include an EOC or civil defence centre and staff facilities being separated from the community hub.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then my last question was just that very question that we're talking about. Tick everything that you want, and then it says you can add or subtract from that list. Is not getting them to tick what they want, telling us what they don't want, or are we asking them what they don't want specifically to make that a lot clearer?
Yeah, well, we can definitely make the question a lot clearer. I guess the underlying theme of that was whether or not people specifically didn't want to see some things in the community hub. Yeah. But again, we can reformulate that question and bring it back to the February briefing.
Perfect. No, that'll be good. Thank you. That was everything I had.
Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I just had a question on solid waste. Will there be the targeted rate costs?
Yes.
So that.
Absolutely. Yeah. So obviously we haven't been able to model that because there's been these multiple discussions that have happened since this came out. I guess also just hearing what you were talking about in the last item, that there may be an additional question around whether or not we defer that service to outside of this LTP cycle. Yeah.
Further questions? Is that the end of your report, Ruby?
I guess this was also just an opportunity if anyone had specific ideas around what they wanted the name of the consultation document to be.
What I'd like to ask is, the name of it, it'd have to be quite a place to be, wouldn't it?
So it needs to refer to your LTP. So it could be, I mean, I can come back with suggestions for the February briefing if you like.
Hopefully the place you want it to be.
I can take that as a
But for consultation document, isn't it?
Just call it what it. Call it what it is. And the other thing I was going to ask you is, have you got the planned venues for when we're going to do our thing?
What thing? For the chair, what thing? Sorry.
Like the Arapahoe show and all that stuff. Oh, it's just.
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll bring that back to the February briefing. Absolutely. So we've got things like the Dargaville Field Days, the Paparoa AMP show. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. If you had other ideas for where you wanted us to be in the district for that consultation period, then I'm happy to take them as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Could we get dates, some of those dates?
In your calendar, yeah.
Speculate.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the ones that I know through the chair, I can absolutely circulate to them. Yeah.
Dates.
Represent.
Can you close the meeting?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's about it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Ruby.
Merry Christmas to everyone.
Thank you, staff. See you.